I have a message that the webinar is now streaming live on YouTube. Does anyone object to going on the record? No, not hearing any. Alan, can we go on the record now?
Yes.
Thank you. A message that the webinar is now streaming live on YouTube. Does anyone object to going on the record?
Uh-oh.
Not hearing any. Alan, can we go on the record now? Thank you. Everyone hear that recording?
Yes.
All right, let me put in the let me put in my headphones and see if that'll make things better.
My problem on the audio, I think I fixed.
Oh, okay, thank you, Andy. I'm going to put on my headphones just to be on the safe side. There's no echo. Good day. Today is June 3rd, 2022, and this is the 10th day of evidentiary hearings in the Park City Wind case, formerly known as Vineyard Wind 2. That's EFSB 20-01. My name is Robert Shea. I am the presiding officer. And let me introduce, for the record, the other people from the siting board staff who are here on the virtual bench. We are conducting an evidentiary hearing remotely, and I will introduce the other people on the siting board, from the siting board staff who are on the virtual bench. First, we have Andrew Green, who is director of the siting board. We also have Joan Foster Evans, the general counsel for the siting board. We have John Young, who is our technical director at the siting board staff, and Wayne Wong, who is an analyst with the siting board staff. This evidentiary hearing is being recorded by a stenographer, Alan Brock of Farmer Arsenal and Brock, and his transcript is the official transcript of the seminar. We are also streaming live on YouTube. Next, I will ask counsel to introduce themselves, starting with Mr. Khan.
Good morning. My name is Adam Khan from the law firm of Foley Hoag, representing Park City Wind, and I'm joined by my colleagues Zachary Gerson and Chloe Pippin.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. Mr. Rosenzweig, would you please introduce yourself and your colleagues?
Good morning, David Rosenzweig and Mike Kaler from the law firm of Keegan Worlin, and we are representing Eversource Energy in this proceeding.
Thank you. Next, we have an appearance by Sene and Associates. We have two lawyers from that firm. Mr. Sene, would you introduce yourself and your colleague, please?
Yes, my name is Christopher Sene. I'm with the firm of Sene and Associates. I represent Jacqueline Johnson, an abutter who is an intervener. And I'm joined today by Jacqueline, who will just be observing, and my associate Victoria Dalmas, who appeared before this board representing Ms. Johnson at the last hearing, which was July 30th of 2021.
Okay. Mr. Khan, would you introduce the witnesses for Park City Wind that are present today?
So the witnesses we have today are Ted Barton, Epsilon Associates, Clint Sear from Epsilon Associates, Rob O'Neill from Epsilon Associates, Holly Carlson Johnston from Epsilon Associates, Hans von Lingen with Park City Wind, Doug Sarnomsky from Park City Wind.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that is participating and has not been introduced? All right. Do we have any preliminary matters to go over before? Well, let me ask you this first of all, Mr. Sear and Mr. O'Neill, have you been previously sworn in this proceeding?
I have not.
And I was sworn in last summer.
Okay, so Mr. Sear and Mr. O'Neill, why don't, if you would you just raise your right hand and repeat after me? or just say I do at the end of this. Do you swear that the testimony you will give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Let the record reflect that Mr. O'Neill, Mr. Seer have been sworn. Mr. Van Lingen and Mr. Zanopsky have been sworn previously, and Mr. Van Lingen and Mr. Zanopsky, you understand that you are still under oath. Just say yes. Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Zanopsky?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Okay, so are there any preliminary matters before we get to the questioning? I think we were going to start with Mr. Sene questioning. But is there any preliminary matters anyone would like to address first?
Mr. Shea,
Yes, Mr. Khan.
might we have a short direct for our new witness?
Yes, please, excuse me, I forgot that. Go ahead, Mr. Khan.
Ms. Pippin is going to do the direct.
So, Mr. Seer, can you please state your name and business address for the record?
Clinton Seer, and I work at 3 Millen Main Place in Maynard, Massachusetts.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Epsilon Associates, and I am a senior engineer at the firm in the acoustics department.
And on whose behalf are you testifying in this proceeding?
Park City Wind.
And was your resume submitted as attachment 3 to the participant list filed on May 31st by Park City Wind in this proceeding?
Yes, it was.
Have there been any changes since its submission?
No changes.
Did you participate in the preparation of Park City Wind submissions in this proceeding, including the FEIR for the project, which is marked as Exhibit VW11?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any changes to those materials at this time?
No changes.
And do you adopt those materials as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Presiding Officer Shea, the witnesses are now available for cross-examination.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sene, would you like to begin the cross-examination?
Presiding officer, if I may, I do
Yes,
have
you can,
one
yes.
preliminary matter that it would be helpful to address briefly.
Okay, let's go, sure.
Based on the email correspondence yesterday afternoon, we do not have with us at the moment Chris Long, who was is an expert on EMF. Our expectation was that that would not be covered today. He is available in the event that that is a mistaken assumption, but I would like to let him know that he can return to his normal business today if there's no expectation that we will cover magnetic fields today.
Did any of the attorneys present ask, would any of the attorneys present like to cover the ask questions about magnetic fields today?
Presiding Officer Shea, if possible, I understand Ted Barton is not an expert, electromagnetic radiation expert. Perhaps Mr. Long could just confirm that the contour map that we discussed at the last hearing is in fact accurate based on his expertise.
I would object to the statement that Mr. Barton is not an expert. I believe that he was qualified to provide the testimony that he did on Wednesday.
Okay, as long as that is the case, then I'm comfortable. Thank you.
Very good. Any other preliminary matters? Oh, any of the other witnesses, any of the first class of lawyers, and then I'll ask my colleagues, any of the other lawyers present want to ask electromagnetic fields questions? Alan, do you want me to repeat that?
No, it's okay.
Okay.
Mr. Shea, Eversource has no questions on that topic.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenzweig. All right, seeing none, do any of my colleagues want to, from the Energy Facility Siting Board, want to ask any electromagnetic field questions, Mr. Long? Seeing that they're shaking their heads no. So unless there is an objection from anyone, I will, Mr. Gerson, I would say that you can tell Mr. Long that he will not be required today. His presence will not be required today.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate that.
Sure. Okay, are there any other?
Just a second, could we go off the record just for a minute,
Yes,
please?
Off the record, yes.
I have a technical issue. Thank you.
Alan, as long as we're off the record, would you tell me the number of my last record request? I think it was 83, but I'm not sure.
The last one was 84.
Okay. All right, and that was where I needed citations of law to support a statement made in EFSB G-6, print S3.
Well, just a minute. Let me go there. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right, great. Thank you very much. 84 was the last one. All right. Unless anyone has any other matters, I'd like to go back on the record. All right, we'll go back on the record, and Mr. Sene, if you have any questions, you're free to ask them now.
Thank you. I do have some questions, all of which will be directed toward the question of noise. Again, my firm represents Jacqueline Johnson, who lives at 82 Shoot Flying Hill Road, which is a property that abuts the subject property, meaning the property where this second substation is proposed. I will be getting into questions about the first substation. That's the one that's already been permitted by this board. It is located near the old Cape Cod Times Distribution Center. And I asked that that be included in the record because the acoustical analysis for this substation had made reference in it to the prior noise analysis for the first substation. Also, we now have in the record something called the Edison Electric Institute Noise Guide, or EEI Noise Guide. I will be making reference to that guide. And I may make reference or ask to call up part of the transcript from the July 30, 2021 hearing. Do the acoustical engineers I'm questioning know the location of my client's property?
Yes, I do.
Where is it located in relationship to the substation?
I believe that it is just to the west of the proposed site.
Is my client's property receptor D in your modeling?
That is my understanding.
I'd like to have the staff share the screen and pull up from the final environmental impact report, part 2, figure 1.8.
Give me just a moment. Sorry. Did you say part 8, Mr. Sene?
I said figure 1.8. I think you're on it.
Okay.
I don't know if that could be enlarged any further. Thank you. Is my client's home marked with the capital letter D on this plan?
I believe it's represented by the point that is next to the letter D, yes.
The circle, the blue circle.
Right.
And if we could go back just one page to the prior map, which is figure 1.7. This may provide a better picture. Is that my client's home located to the west of the substation?
I believe it is.
And do you know how many feet separate my client's home from the closest noise-producing equipment in the substation?
I do not know that distance offhand.
Could we pull up record request EFSB-31? Do you see my client's home on this map?
Yes, I do.
Do you know what the number 144 means next to her property?
I'm referencing the same record request now to see what that distance is defined as.
And while Mr. Sears looking that up, I can chime in. This record request does reflect the distance from the home to the nearest sound producing source at the substation.
And is that distance 144 feet?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. I'll have some questions about a table in the final environmental impact report. It's table 1.2, which is at page 1-15.
Okay, I'm there.
I am as well.
Okay, according to your model, by how many decibels will the substation increase ambient sounds in the middle of the night at my client's home?
Based on the table, it is showing an increase of 8 decibels.
Can you provide a brief explanation of how you arrived at that number?
That number is a calculation based on measured ambient sound levels that were collected in, I believe it was the month of January. And the ambient sound level there that's shown in the table is 32, which is based on, it's an L90 sound level, which, as you pointed out, is based on some of the quietest hours of the night. And then the 39 that's presented in the table is the project only modeled sound level. And when you add those two sound levels together, they equate to 39 decibels, which results in an increase over ambient of 8 decibels based on some rounding.
And did you use any computer software to generate that number?
The modeled project only sound level was modeled in a Cadna A acoustic software.
And what are the inputs that you put into a Cadna A model exercise?
There are a variety of inputs that go into the model, including terrain data, meteorological conditions, sound levels for the equipment that are proposed, perhaps any mitigation features are included in the modeling as well, and of course, receptor points to predict sound levels at certain points.
If I could, excuse me, sorry, Mr. Senni, if I could just add to what Mr. Sears said, there's a pretty detailed discussion of all those inputs already on the record in the draft EIR, section 7.5.2. The draft EIR discusses all the modeling methodology in those inputs.
Thank you. The ambient level in the middle of the night that you tested and established of 32 dBA, is that a fairly quiet background noise level?
That is fairly quiet, but it is during the very late hours of the night, likely between 1 and 3 or 4 a.m. Certainly after a lot of traffic sound has died down.
But this is a time of night when people are usually asleep and trying to get restored by having a good night's sleep. So that is a pretty critical time for us to look at this impact. Is that right?
Well, these sound levels are outdoor sound levels. So these sound levels were measured outside. Likely the sound levels that would be inside where a person is sleeping may be lower.
But isn't all sound modeling as prescribed by the Department of Environmental Protection outdoor measurements?
I believe they are.
Yes.
And at what level above ambient does the DEP policy determine that there exists noise pollution?
The DEP, Mass DEP noise policy limits an increase above ambient to 10 decibels.
And when the DEP tests for possible noise pollution, do they measure outdoors or indoors?
Outdoors.
Outdoors. So if the DEP sets the level above which there is noise pollution at 10 measured outdoors at the property, that's already taking into account that the structure itself might reduce the sound pressures.
Or it might reduce the sound what?
Pressures.
That may be the case, yes.
I mean, that is how we test. We are testing for possible noise pollution and looking to see if a source increases ambient by 10 decibels or more. But when we look for that noise pollution, in every time there is an examination, a microphone is set up outside the home, not inside the home.
Mr. Seni, could you please clarify who you mean by we in that question?
I mean the DEP.
Okay, I don't believe the question had received an answer yet. So could I ask Mr. Brock to read the question back?
I mean, that is how we test. We are testing for possible noise pollution and looking to see if a source increases ambient by 10 decibels or more. But when we look for that noise pollution, every time there's an examination, a microphone is set up outside the home, not inside the home.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Shea, go ahead.
I was going to say, does anyone want to answer that question?
This is Mr. O'Neill. I didn't really hear a question in that part. I heard more of a statement.
I'm happy to ask again if that's okay, Mr.
Very good,
President.
sir. Please go
Yes.
ahead.
When the DEP is asked to examine whether or not noise pollution exists near a home, and it uses its policy, it sets up a microphone, and it sets up that microphone usually at the property line and at the exterior of the residence. Is that correct?
So maybe I'll try to answer that. Yes. Testing for the evaluation of the DEP noise policy is done outside, either at the residence or at a property line.
So outside of our client's home, in the middle of the night, if we set up a sound power meter, your model is saying we may very well see an 8 decibel increase above ambient And that's only 2 decibels away from the level that the DEP would consider to constitute noise pollution. Is that correct?
So that's what that table shows. A +8 in the middle of the night during the quietest hours is possible, yes, which meets the DEP policy.
Thank you. And in the draft environmental impact report, do you state that a 5 dB increase or decrease is described as a clearly noticeable change in sound level?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Did the permit that this board issue for substation 1 allow an increase above ambient of only 3 dBA at the closest residence?
Mr. Senni,
Yes.
could you clarify for the record what substation you're talking about?
Yes. I'm talking about the substation approved in the May 10, 2019 permit that was issued by this board. It permitted various aspects of the Park City project, including a substation that has a lot of equipment that's similar to this one, located at the Cape Cod Times Distribution Center.
And it's just, it may be helpful to direct the witness to a particular document if you want a response that's that specific.
Yes, certainly. Could we pull up final decision in that matter, page 122?
Go off the record for a second. Mr. Wong, is it possible to pull up that document that Mr. Senni is requesting?
Sure, I wasn't sure if Mr. Senni was asking for it.
Oh, yes, I think it was. And Mr. Senni, do you remember do you know the
I have it on
designation?
I have it on my screen.
Oh, good.
Mr.
All
Shea.
right. All right, so we'll go back on the record.
Yep.
Thank you. If we look at the third line from the top, it is stated, the siting board is not persuaded that the substation cannot be built as currently modeled within the limit of 3 dBA over predicted ambient noise at the R4 receptor location. Does that refresh your memory on whether or not that permit did in fact limit increases to 3 dBA over ambient?
I'm going to object to this question because I am not sure that this is a question for a noise expert as opposed to a legal interpretation of the siting board's approval.
Well, why don't we let the witness respond with respect to his understanding? I would just say that if we're going to talk about what the limitations were on the approval, we might want to look at the express conditions in the order. But why don't you repeat your question, Mr. Senni, and a witness can answer to the best of his understanding.
Yes. Yes. My question is, in approving what I call substation 1, which is the substation approved in 2019 as part of this project that is near the Cape Cod Times Distribution Center, did the board restrict sound pressures reaching R4 to 3 dBA above ambient?
So I'll start the answer to that question, and my colleagues can weigh in as well. I'm gonna look at the actual conditions put on the project by the siting board, which the relevant one, I believe, is on page 163 of that same decision. Condition N as in Nancy, which starts at the bottom of that page and goes to the top of the next page, where the company is to prepare and submit, there we go, a report comparing actual noise impacts at R4 and other receptors to those predicted. And that report shall be submitted to the siting board. I don't see anything in there about a limit of 2 decibels, I'm sorry, of 3 decibels at that receptor.
Did the applicant file papers asking this board to increase the allowance beyond what was modeled from 3 dBA to 6 dBA?
And I'm going to object to this question. I mean, it's asking about filings that may have been made in a docket for a completely different project that has a 2017 docket number. I'm not even sure what year we would be talking about these submissions having been made.
Well, we have.
Go ahead, Mr. Seni.
Yes, we have, as my examination will proceed, we have very similar pieces of equipment at the 2 substations. And in the this draft environmental impact report, there is a great deal of indication that the modeling for this one current substation was based in large part on the first substation. And I therefore asked that draft environmental impact report be incorporated into this record, because I intend to ask some questions about differences in the modeling. And what I'm trying to establish here is what is the allowed exceedance over ambient in the first substation?
Let me ask you with, Mr. Seni and Mr. Gerson. As you know, I'm not the original hearing officer in this case, but I remember my understanding is last summer, there was a motion about incorporating new evidence into the record. And Mr. Seni, is this evidence that you're referring to, was that part of that motion to incorporate new evidence into the record?
What we see in front of us is the decision. And I did ask and was given approval to have this decision incorporated into, this decision from 2019 incorporated into this record.
And I have no objection to this decision, which I believe could be referenced regardless of whether it's not in the record. My objection is asking the witness to testify on the legal conclusions in that decision. It's in the record. What it says is in the record or can be cited. The legal meaning of the siting board's approval of the docket EFSB 1705 project is not something that the sound witness for this project should be testifying to.
I think that the question was a little bit more limited than that, though. I mean, I understand your objection, Mr. Gerson, on the grounds that the sound witness is not going to testify as to a legal matter. But Mr. Seni, would you repeat your question and just, or maybe modify and just, focus on the factual issues and legal issues are always intertwined in our decisions because the facts really drive the decision. But anyway, could you just repeat your question and we'll see if any of the witnesses can answer it.
Yes. It may be helpful if I ask my next question, and then that may put a perspective on what I'm trying to get at with this question. My next question is, if this substation were approved as applied for with the modeled increase above ambient at my client's home, 144 feet away, 8 decibels above ambient in the middle of the night, would that be allowing a decibel increase that is 5 decibels more than what was permitted on the other substation.
Permitted in the case of EFSB 1705.
Yes, in that case, this final decision, I'm asking if these experts, some of whom I believe were involved in this permitting of the prior substation, know that this decision limited increases at R4 to 3 decibels above ambient.
Okay, do any of the witnesses are capable, or any of you capable of answering that question?
I'll start. I guess absent me having all the data from that first Vineyard Wind project where we talked about potential increases over ambient, I can't recall off the top of my head what those were, nor am I going to try.
Okay.
If I may, in the same document that we're discussing, there's a table on page 114 that presents increases over ambient at additional receptors, and R4 is in that table with under the revised. Sorry, I'll let you get there first. Yes, that's the table. So you can see at R4 under the revised AIS design, there is a modeled increase of +3 over ambient, but there are additional receptors that have increases above ambient that are higher than the +3, more than the +3.
Yes, do you know if R4 is the closest residence to that substation?
I do not recall offhand.
Mr. Shea, if I might, this is Ted.
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Barton, go ahead.
So there are maps in the previous record that respond to that question, and we'd have to look at that map to give an accurate answer. But R4 is certainly one of the closest residences. It's actually an apartment building. It's not a single family home. There is another apartment building, and that R4 is off to the northeast, basically, of the substation. There's another apartment building to the southeast, and there are additional apartments, although further away, to the west. And I would point out that in the first page of the page of the final decision that the counselor cited when he began this line of questioning, that is, in context, that is a discussion of the noise attributes of a GIS or gas insulated switch station substation versus an AIS design. And the design that was ultimately selected and is being built at the substation site for the first Vineyard Wind project is an open air insulated design. And the appropriate table is the one that's up on the screen in front of us right now. And as Mr. Sear pointed out, the 3 dB increase is in fact what was predicted at R4, but there are larger increases predicted at other receptors in other directions. And that's a function of the equipment orientation and the sound controls that were applied in that case. And although the substations are similar in capacity, they're both 800 megawatt substations, they are different designs and they have very different layouts of noise control equipment. So just for perspective, I'd offer those thoughts.
Thank
Yes.
you.
I'm prepared to move on, Mr. Presiding Officer, but I would like to make an information request.
Yes, let's go ahead.
I would like to request that the applicant provide answer the question, is the dwelling at R4 shown in the final decision we've been looking at the closest residence to that substation?
Okay, and which decision is this? 1705 or the?
Yes, the decision rendered in May of 2019 that permitted the first substation.
So is the dwelling at R4 in the AFSB 1705 case the closest dwelling to the substation?
Yes. And did that permit limit increases above ambient at R4 to 3 decibels on an A-weighted scale?
Okay, and when you say that permit, you're talking about the final decision issued in EFSB 1705?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Do the witnesses understand the record request?
Yes, I believe so.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Sears. Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. All right, so that's record request RR-EFSB-85.
Thank you. What measures have you undertaken to try to minimize the sound pressures at my client's home?
So I can start. As shown, I believe, in the DEIR for this project, there are numerous sound walls proposed for the design, one of which is, I believe, 35 feet tall on the western facade, west of any noise-producing source. And the 35-foot height, I believe, was one of the changes shown in the FEIR. In addition, there are quieted equipment proposed for the project, and also the location of the equipment within the layout was taken in consideration for reducing sound levels in the community.
If I may add, I'm sorry. Sorry, Holly. If I may add to what Mr. Sear was saying, the EFSB NO-29 from last year, that information request does have a substation layout figure, which very nicely shows the sound walls that are offered up as noise control for the substation. That's EFSB NO-29 parentheses 1, that map.
And the same graphic is provided as figure 1-7 of the FEIR, and also shows the heights of those sound walls that Mr. Sear was referencing.
I interject here. As I've mentioned before, I wasn't the original presiding officer in this case, and I just received information that the intervenor IRs were previously not the same as the FSB IRs. They had their own RR-JJ for Jacqueline Johnston. So maybe I should rename the RR EFSB 85. Can the court reporter tell me what the most recent record request from Ms. Johnson was, what it was numbered, and we'll go off the record for that.
When was that? When would that have been issued? I don't know.
Mr. Shea, in our records, the last one was RRJJ3.
Okay.
Could someone else confirm that, if possible?
That is what I have as well, but I would let Mr. Gerson and Mr. Khan confirm.
part of the fun of the delay between these hearings. I'm trying to confirm that,
That's
but
correct.
it does sound right.
That's right.
Why don't we check at lunchtime? And if there's a need to correct the number, then we'll advise. It does seem to be coalescing around this request. RRJJ-4 would be the name.
I'd like to make that change now. It's possible we might get through all of our questions before lunch, but I'll make that change and we can stipulate to another change later on if this change is inappropriate. So let me go back on the record. I realized that the last record request, which was issued by Mr. Sene, I gave it an EFSB number. I should have given it a JJ designation. So the last record request, which was designated as RR-EFSB-85, it should be redesignated as RR-JJ-4. Now, please proceed, Mr. Sene.
Thank you very much. A moment ago, the question of GIS design system for a substation was mentioned. Has your client specified for this substation that GIS system?
So the layout that you're looking at on figure 1.7 is in fact a gas insulated substation design, and its principal difference from a more traditional air insulated substation design is it is a bit more compact, because the breakers and some of the other switchgear are placed in a building. So on this, for instance, on this figure, the yellow square that's labeled 345 kV GIS building has a great deal of equipment inside it, which in a traditional air insulated design would take up a good deal more space. The other major components, the transformers, the reactors, the STATCOM design, are very similar from one to the other. But basically, a GIS design, gas insulated design, was selected for this location because it is somewhat more compact and it fits well on the site.
And I was simply going to add that the gas insulated substation design is already described in the record at section 141 of the FEIR.
I'm sorry, 141 or something else?
Sorry, 1.4.1.
Thank you. Does the FEIR at page 1-11 state an AIS facility inherently requires more space between equipment, and given the site selected for the proposed substation, project engineers determined that an AIS only design would not fit on the property? Is that correct?
The FEIR does state that, yes.
Yes. Does this suggest either that this site is too small for an AIS system, or that homes are too close?
This language describes that the parcel itself is not large enough to accommodate an AIS design for the substation.
Do you know how much more expensive a GIS system is than an AIS?
This panel does not have that information. The design, the GIS design, was performed by the project's engineering consultant, Stantec, and this environmental group does not have that information.
Did the May 10th, 2019 final decision on the other substation provide that information?
There was an extended discussion of the merits of a GIS design versus an AIS design for the Vineyard Wind 1 substation. I don't recall off the top of my head what kind of cost comparisons were provided. That hearing and discussion were three or 4 years ago.
Thank you. Could we pull up that final decision again and go to page 110?
This is the final decision in EFSB 1705.
Yes. At the top line of this decision, it reads, the company estimated that the incremental cost difference between the proposed AIS design and a GIS design would be $25 million. Does that provide a recollection to the cost difference?
Are you asking about the substation built in 1705? Or are you asking about this substation? It's part of.
Well, what I understand is that this substation is being built on a property that is too small to allow the less expensive AIS. And so a GIS has been specified, and that's at an extra cost of $25 million or thereabouts. Is that correct?
I think you're stringing together a few too many assumptions there. I mean, this statement in the final decision on Vineyard Wind 1, page 110, that you read the sentence at the top of the page, it says what it says. That's the relative cost analysis that was done at that time for a design at the Vineyard Wind 1 site. And I think you have to read it in that context. It's not necessarily directly transferable to the Park City Wind design that we're talking about now, several years later.
Thank you. Your team has gone to great lengths to attempt to make this site work for this substation, including what could be a $25 million more expensive system and a 35-foot high perimeter sound barrier wall. And yet the result at my client's home is 8 dBA above ambient. Does this suggest that this is a more difficult site than the one accommodating substation 1 in terms of fitting within the surroundings?
I'm going to object to the windup to that question, which was neither a question nor supported in the record.
Well, I think that windup does support the question very well. The question is, does this suggest that it is a more difficult site than the one accommodating substation 1 in terms of fitting within its surroundings?
And I think you could ask that question without the vague "this" that appears to be referring to statements you are making that, for example, the witness just disagreed with.
Thank you. I'll do so. Is this site more difficult in terms of fitting within its surroundings than the site of the already approved substation?
So I'll provide a little information in a different sense to that. I mean, the sites are clearly somewhat different locations. They are somewhat different sizes. This site is 6 acres and change. The lower portion of it is an existing transmission right-of-way, which leaves on the order of 5.5 acres of usable space. The project engineers, Stantec, working in association with our mutual client, have come up with a design, a GIS design that electrically and from a civil perspective works very well. The equipment all fits on the site. There's room for buffers on the north and west side. There's room for stormwater controls. There's room for the noise barriers that have already been mentioned, not only the noise barrier on the western side of the site, but three-sided enclosures around all of the transformers and the other major pieces of equipment. There's room for access, there's room for maintenance, there's room for a perimeter access road. So this is an eminently doable design. The site for the first project, with some land that was added during the process, is a bit larger. And in that case, the AIS design fit with many of the same caveats that I just described. There's good access for maintenance, there's a perimeter road, there are an assortment of sound barriers, et cetera. So I think they're both functional designs. They came to somewhat different conclusions, but they are different sites and their work being done at different points in time.
With regard to this site, are you at all troubled by the 3 homes located directly to the west, 2 of them less than 150 feet from noise generating equipment? Does the existence of these homes to the west present a difficulty for developing this site for this substation?
So they're part of existing conditions. And
I'm sorry, I said there was a word that dropped out. Could you start again, please?
they are part of the existing conditions, just as the presence of Route 6 and the presence of the right of way on the south side of the site, et cetera, are there. So certainly in laying out and designing the specifics of the substation, the presence of those 3 homes was certainly kept in designers. And if you look at the layout, you'll see that that was dealt with by use of a large sound wall on the west side of the site. The major noise producing equipment, the transformers and reactors, are on the east side of the site. So certainly the existence of those homes was reflected carefully in the design.
The transformers for the StatCom building are not on the east side of the property, are they?
No, they are part of the StatCom complex, which is on the west side. So the StatComs themselves are in buildings. The transformers are outside, and they have 3-sided enclosures as well.
But you have had to construct a 35-foot tall sound barrier wall in order to reduce the sound pressures above ambient at my client's home to 8 dB.
That barrier wall is part of a total design package that yields that result at Mrs. Johnson's home, yes.
In your modeling, did you build in a 3 decibel model uncertainty factor?
No, it was not a 3 decibel uncertainty factor. There was 2 decibels, excuse me, built into the model.
Well, is the 2 decibel margin the same thing as the 3 decibel model uncertainty margin?
I'm going to object to that question unless perhaps you have a specific document or reference that you are looking at.
I didn't fully hear the question. Could Mr. Brock repeat the question?
Now, is the 2 decibel margin the same thing as the 3 decibel model uncertainty margin?
I'd ask Mr. Stein to rephrase that, because it seems like a factual question, but 2 decibels and 3 decibels, there's an obvious difference. It's slight.
Yeah.
But maybe there's another way to ask the question.
You said that you did your modeling with Cadna A software.
That is correct.
And at the time you did so, I think what you're saying is that you plugged in a 2 decibel margin of error of some kind into that model. Is that correct?
Correct. In addition to some other conservative measures.
Yes. And is that standard practice when using the Cadna modeling software?
It is typical.
Yes. Is there an industry standard separate from Cadna that recommends a 3 decibel model uncertainty factor be added or taken into consideration?
If you could point us to the standard you're talking about, perhaps we could answer the question better.
Yes, I'd be happy to. Could we go back to the final decision in 17-05 to page 115? I think it might be a little further down on that page. There is a statement here. Vineyard Wind provided the following reasons to support limiting sound increases to 6 dBA instead of the modeled 3 dBA. And the first reason given was projections of sound propagation such as described in relevant guidance published by the International Organization for Standardization, have a model uncertainty of plus or minus 3 dBA. The company's own modeling does not account for this modeling uncertainty. My question is, in modeling for substation 1, did you not include this modeling uncertainty, 3 dBA?
Again, I'm going to object if you're asking about what was done for a separate project that is not before the siting board now.
This is a separate substation that is part of this same project.
And I think the record needs to be absolutely clear that that is not correct.
I think the 17-05 case is a separate case from the one that's under consideration. They both relate to offshore wind generation, but they're not the same petitions, so they're not the same cases. But I think that Mr. Seni, I think your question has to do with the International Organization of Standardization has a modeling uncertainty of plus or minus 3 dBA. You might want to ask whether that is, I don't know the International Organization for Standardization, but whether that's universally accepted, a universally accepted model. And then from there, if it's universally accepted, did the witnesses, the procedure in this proceeding account for the variation of plus or minus 3 dBA?
Thank you. I will do so. This International Organization for Standardization, which has a model uncertainty of plus or minus 3 dBA, is that a recognized international standard?
Yes, it is.
And was that standard applied in the modeling before the board today?
The Cadna A model calculations are based on that ISO standard.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the end of your answer.
I apologize. The Cadna A sound model that was used for this project has calculations based on the ISO standard that is in question.
And by
That
ISO,
is,
you mean Independent System Operators of New England, correct? Mr. Sear?
No, the International Organization for Standardization. I'm referring to a specific standard, ISO-9613. That is the basis of the Cadna A modeling software.
That standard is not related to ISO New England, the regional power grid. This is totally separate. This is an acoustical standard, to be clear.
I think we might have confusion here between ISO and the IOS, International Organization for Standardization. So I'm wondering if Mr. Sear could repeat his answer, but make it clear if he's referring to the International Organization for Standardization.
I am referring to a standard by the International Organization for Standardization.
Okay, and that's not really abbreviated as ISO, is it? It's really the IOS.
I think it may be a European versus American colloquialism, if you will. You're correct, Mr. Shea. As we're looking at it on the screen here, it does say IOS, but we frequently call it the ISO here in the United States in terms of the standard that we use. But they are one and the same. I'm sorry this is confusing, but they are interchangeable in this case.
Well, I'm grateful for you clearing up this, what I perceive to be a possible ambiguity. So please continue, Mr. Seni, excuse me.
yeah, thank you. When one uses Cadna A to model, are there instructions that one should incorporate into the model a 2 decibel data error margin?
I do not believe there are instructions to do so.
I'll build on Mr. Sears' answer. There are no instructions to do that, no.
Okay. All right, thank you. I'll move on. Is the environment of substation 1 different from the environment around this substation?
Can you describe what you mean by environment? That's a pretty broad question. I'm not sure what you're asking.
Well, as Mr. Barton mentioned, the existing conditions around a proposed site, how do the existing conditions and the other uses of land around these two sites differ?
Let me start, and I guess I'm not sure the relevance of comparing the two sites, but I'm going to focus on the site in question here, the Park City Wind site. You know, again, if you look at, there's many maps that might show this. I'm happy to look at RREFSB 31 parenthesis 1, which I believe was also in the final EIR somewhere. But that map shows pretty clearly how the substation is located in the southwest quadrant of a very large interchange of two highways, including the busiest highway on Cape Cod, Route 6. It is very, very close to that roadway. In addition, is close to Route 132. So I guess I'm not a land use expert, but when I see Route 6 this close to a site, I know that is going to have an acoustical impact on sound levels in the vicinity of that. And that's certainly what we saw down there. And I know there's also some transmission right of ways that you can see from this as well.
Around this site, the site that is the subject of this application, are there residential homes?
Yes.
Do those exist around substation 1?
So when you say
Again, the witnesses are not here to testify on a separate project that is unrelated to the current project.
Well, I think that I can't sustain that objection because I think that if Mr. Sene wants to make the argument that these two projects are comparable, you may say it's a relevant argument, you may say it's not relevant, but I think that he's entitled to develop the record to an extent in order him to, so that he can determine whether or not that's an argument he wants to make. Comparable, are these sites comparable, especially since precedent plays a large role in administrative law decisions. So I'll let Mr. Sene ask questions about comparing the site under consideration today to the site in EFSB 7, in the final decision, EFSB 1705.
Thank you. Can we pull up again the final decision in 17-05? And this time go to page 107. Thank you. There is a sentence in the 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth line down of the second paragraph. The company described, sorry, the portion of the parcel that it will lease for the substation site as bordered to the north by the Barnstable switching station, to the west by the former Cape Cod Times distribution building, to the south by Independence Drive, and to the east, an existing approximately 150 to 200 foot wide electrical transmission corridor with a number of 115 kV overhead lines on H frame and a single pole support structures. Is that an accurate description of the environment surrounding the site for the already approved substation?
I would say it's an accurate description, provided you continue and read the next sentence, which says beyond the transmission corridor to the east are a 4-building, 60-unit apartment complex, a 29-unit apartment building under construction, a school, and a church. So that kind of completes the picture of what is around the substation for the first Vineyard Wind project.
Yeah, but as we can see, separating any of those apartment buildings is a 150 to 200 foot wide transmission corridor. Is that correct?
If you look at the mapping that was developed for this case, yes, that's correct.
All right.
And sorry, if I could expand on Mr. Barton's answer, if you just go down 3 more pages in this same document, you'll see figure 4 in there, which I think gives us a visual of what we're talking about here. You can see immediately to the northeast of the proposed substation for the Vineyard Wind 1 project, we have those Village Green apartments that we're talking about, and other residential structures just to the east.
And the R4 that was incorporated into record request JJ4 is shown on this map. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yes. Thank you. Do you know the distance between R4 and the closest equipment that will generate noise?
I do not offhand, no.
Mr. Presiding Officer, I would like to ask for another either information or record request seeking that distance.
And that would be record request RR-JJ-5, and you're interested in the now we're looking at, could someone tell me the figure again? The figure number?
Figure 4.
It's figure 4, and this is in the decision issued in EFSB 17-05. And with respect to that figure, you're looking for the distance between the R4 receptor and the nearest noise producing entity in the substation to be constructed. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Okay, so that's record request RR-JJ-5. Does anyone have a problem understanding what's being sought?
No.
No. All right, I don't hear anyone say that there's a problem. Thank you very much, Mr. Seni. You may proceed.
Thank you. Do you know the zoning designation of the subject property in this application?
Could you clarify what you mean by subject properties?
The property on which the substation will be built if this application is approved.
From memory, it is zoned for residential use, and the project has filed a separate petition as part of this proceeding, basically to deal with zoning matters. And beyond that, it kind of gets into legal issues, which I'm not going to try to speak to.
Thank you. What types of equipment will be installed at the substation?
Well, that's a very broad question, and there are extensive descriptions of substation and substation equipment at various points in the record. But in a simple summary, basically it is typical substation equipment. So transformers, reactors, in this case, the STATCOMs, which assist with power stability, all of the incoming and outgoing underground transmission, and then the gas insulated bus work, which connect the major equipment to the gas insulated switchgear building. There's a control room, there's access roads, barrier walls, fencing, et cetera, et cetera.
Thank you. Are some pieces of equipment the same as or very similar to the pieces that will be installed at the first substation?
They are similar, but because this substation is the substation for the Park City Wind project, is a step-up substation, basically steps up the voltage from 275 kV to 345 kV, which is then sent via a 345 kV line to the West Barnstable Eversource substation. That is somewhat different than the substation for the first project, which had incoming power at 220 kV and stepped it down to 115 kV for a connection to the Barnstable switch station.
But both substations would have two 450 MVA transformers.
Like I said, there are many pieces of similar equipment. The ratings, as I just described, are different.
And is it the 450 MVA transformers that generate the largest amount of noise at both substations?
Clint, you want to answer that?
Yeah, I would say that those 450 MVA transformers are certainly some of the largest contributors to the sound. Whether or not they are the loudest pieces of equipment, I'm not entirely sure without comparing to the others.
If I could build on Mr. Sears' answer, again, directing you to the draft EIR, there's some very detailed tables in there of the different components expected to be used at this substation for Park City Wind, including the power transformers, the 450 MVA power transformers, which have a sound power level of 93 dBA. And if you look in table 7-3 in that section, and table 7-4, which has some of the STATCOM components, you will see that those power transformers are, by a small degree, the loudest single source in the substation. Again, you asked how that compares to Vineyard Wind 1. And again, absent that same table in front of me for Vineyard Wind 1, I'm not going to try to hazard a guess to how those exactly compare.
Thank
Did I
you.
hear, pardon me, Mr. Sen, did I hear an answer to Mr. Senni's question that both substations, meaning the one approved in 1705 and the one before us today, that they both have 450 MVA transformers? I believe I know the answer, but I don't believe I heard the answer on the record.
I'll start. All I said was that the Park City substation, the one we're talking about today, those clearly have 450 MVA transformers. Perhaps one of my colleagues on the panel can confirm that the Vineyard Wind 1 transformers were the same size. I don't recall. Again, it's 3 or 4 years ago.
From memory, yes, they are, but we should check that.
Okay, if you want to send in a correction, if you find out that that information is not correct, and you want to send in a correction, then please do so to all the to everybody. Send it to the the dpu.efsb.e-filing and to everyone else, and we can make that a part of the record. All right. Thank you. Please continue, Mr. Sene.
Thank you. While I have a few questions before I get there, I am going to ask to pull up both of those tables so that we will be able to check that. With Substation 1, it's the draft environmental impact report, table 7.4 on page 7-10.
And you say Substation 1, which substation are you referring to?
The one approved in 17, this final decision 17-05.
Okay.
The noise analysis from the draft environmental impact report is part of this record. We requested that it be made part, and it is part of this record.
Would you like that to be shared right now?
Yes, and secondarily, I'll ask to pull up the table just mentioned, which is table 7-3 of the draft environmental impact report for this application.
Okay, I think we can only pull up one table at a time, but
okay.
Let me just ask, Mr. Brock, would you like to take a break now?
I would, thank you.
This would be a good time for a break. It is about 10.
I wonder if we might take 15 minutes this time.
Yes, we gladly would take 15 minutes. So it's 10:25. Why don't I see you all back here at 11? I'm sorry, 11:25. Excuse me. Why don't I see you back here at 11:40? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Seni, just to confirm, you wanted both the IRs on the screen, right? Like,
If possible.
okay, and I think you already said this, but the previous proceedings, the EIR is on the record as you had, okay.
Yes.
Are we on the record right now?
I don't believe so.
So I think, just to be precise, I think the noise section of the DEIR is in the record. I'm not certain whether the entire DEIR for the first, what we've been calling the first, but for the EFSB 1705 project is in the record.
Thank you, Mr. Gerson.
I think that's right.
We should wait for Bob.
Yep.
So that, yeah.
Good day. Are we ready to resume?
Yes.
Is everyone ready to resume? Okay.
Yes.
Pardon me, I got called away on something else. When we left, Mr. Sene was examining the witnesses, and why don't we resume there?
I'm sorry, we didn't go on the record, Bob.
Mr. Sene?
Yes, I'm prepared, but I think Alan is saying we're not back on the record yet.
Excuse me a second. Excuse me a second. I had put on headphones. I normally don't do that. I put in headphones earlier. I didn't hear what you had to say.
Yes, I am ready, but I think Alan is saying we're not back on the record yet.
Well, okay, but if you're ready, then I'll go back on the record.
Yeah,
Mr.
yes.
Brock, let's go back on the record. Okay, Mr. Sene, would you please resume your cross-examination?
Thank you.
Mr. Sene, this is the DEIR for this current proceeding. The table you were referencing, I believe.
Yes, yes. So if we look at table 7-3 for the current proposal, which is in the draft environmental impact report at page 7-12, is it clear that the transformer has the highest broadband dBA sound pressures?
Yes.
So
Yeah, sorry,
just to clarify, the table is showing sound power levels.
Sorry, thank you, sound power level. And is it possible to pull up the table from the noise analysis for the first substation? Thank you. This is table 7-4 on page 7-10. the draft environmental impact report for 1705. And is it also true in this case that the piece of equipment with the highest sound power level on a broadband basis is the transformer?
Yes, it is.
And in both cases, those are the 450 MVA transformer?
I believe so, according to the footnote of this table. For the earlier project, it is 450 MVA transformer, yes.
Okay. Well, thank you. I will come back to these tables, but I'd like to ask a few more questions before I get here. So we can stop sharing the screen for now. Did the Park City engineering team take the position in its testimony at the July 30, 2021 hearing on this matter that the procurement process for Substation 1 greatly informed the modeling for Substation 2?
Perhaps you might be able to cite where that occurred.
Yes. If we can pull up the transcript of that hearing and go to page 816.
I have that in front of me.
Thank you. At line 3, there's a question, and at line 7, there's an answer, which I'll just read. I guess I'll just restate my question. Is the company aware of any equipment variants that would be lower noise emitting than what was used in the model? And Mr. O'Neill responds, let me take a shot at that. The answer is, as we understand it now, is no. In other words, as Mr. Barton said, we started with quieter equipment, and then the company was greatly informed by the procurement process that we recently went through for Vineyard Wind 1, where they did talk to, actual suppliers who can make this equipment. And they asked for, all the noise reduction bells and whistles that they could get on that equipment. And that informed us about the reality of how low we could go in the modeling here. So based on that, my question is, did the procurement process for Substation 1 greatly inform your modeling for this substation?
Yes, it did.
Has any equipment for Substation 1 been purchased?
I don't think I can answer that question for the company.
I believe Doug Sarnowski can provide.
Well, I just want to be clear, Mr. Seni, you're asking about the Vineyard Wind project that was approved in EFSP 1705, that procurement?
Yes, I'm asking if equipment has been procured yet.
So I would just again note for the record that that is a separate project, not the project at issue in this case, and is now under separate ownership.
Yeah, and I cannot speak to that, just to clarify.
Yep.
I cannot speak to that either.
Sorry, go ahead.
I cannot speak to the
okay.
Procurement schedule for Vineyard Wind 1.
Okay. And Mr. Presiding Officer, if I might just respond to Attorney Gerson. I know that that's a separate substation and it was approved separately from this. It's all part of the Vineyard Wind project, now the Park City Wind project, but it's a separate application. And
Oh,
What-
Mr.
I
Pearson,
leave it to the presiding officer how to handle this, but this is not questioning of witnesses and I believe is confusing the record.
well, let Mr. Sene have his say, and then if there's anything that you believe is inaccurate, you can, Mr. Gerson, you can correct the record. But I think that although you're quite right, this isn't a question of questioning of witnesses. Sometimes context is very helpful in these matters. So go ahead, Mr. Sene.
Yes, I was simply trying to respond to what Attorney Gerson said. What we know is that the modeling for the substation under consideration now was informed, at least in part, by the procurement of equipment for substation 1, what I call substation 1. I mean the substation that was approved as part of this board's decision in 1705. And so therefore, I think it is appropriate for me to be able to ask about the procurement of equipment for the other substation.
You made a statement, Mr. Sene, that you believe that that this was all part of the same Vineyard Wind package. I don't know if you use the word package. And I'd like Mr. Gerson or Mr. Khan to respond to that. I'm not sure that's accurate. Mr. Gerson?
So that is not accurate. These are two different projects. These two substations are not only different, they are part of two separate projects that were petitioned for separately. The petitioners are at this point different entities. It is not a single project.
There are different entities. The petitioner in this case is now Park City Wind, and the petitioner in 1705 was what, Mr. Gerson?
And I would want to be careful and check the record. I am sure it is in the decision in EFSB 1705, the legal entity that was the petitioner. It is not Park City Wind.
It was, I believe it was Vineyard Wind. But okay, so that may clarify for your questions, Mr. Sene, is that these two petitions have been under separate ownership. So witnesses for Park City Wind may not have a lot of knowledge as to what is going on in the construction of the Vineyard Wind project that was permitted in 1705. But you can ask questions that you believe. This is sort of like the standard here is more similar to a deposition than it is to a trial. If you believe it will lead to the discovery of admissible evidence, then that's all right. It doesn't, this is administrative proceedings, or as I say, they're a little bit more like depositions than they are like trials with its sort of relatively high relevance standard. But go ahead, Mr. Sene.
Okay, thank you. If I could ask that table 7-3 be pulled up again, that's from the draft environmental impact report in this matter, page 7-12. If we could go down to footnote 4, it reads, sound power levels adopted from a sound model for a similar substation project by Epsilon, sound levels in some octave bands were not available. What is the similar substation project?
That was in part the Vineyard Wind project that is part of the exhibit JJ2.
So when the noise modeling for the current application says, actually in both notes 3 and 4, adopted from a sound model for a similar substation, is that referring to the substation approved in 17-05?
I believe it is, yes.
Thank you. If we can go back to the quote I read, part of it said, where they do talk to, actual suppliers who make this equipment. So have you spoken with suppliers? Have any of you spoken with suppliers who make this equipment?
I have not.
For Park City Wind, we have initiated the procurement process for the major equipment and have solicited some feedback at this point.
Have you received from equipment manufacturers any sound power levels of their equipment?
We have received some information, but not complete information from all suppliers.
Has Park City submitted any information from manufacturers into the record in this map?
Not to my knowledge.
Thank you. Okay, if we could go back to table 7-4. That's the one from 1705. And if we could pull it up toward the top. I'm sorry, just the table itself. Thank you. Can you explain how you arrived at a broadband sound power level for the transformer, which has a footnote 1 indicating that it is the 450 MVA transformer of 98 dBA?
That's right. According to the footnote in the table, footnote 1, which is flagged on the transformer, it does say 450 MVA transformer, sound levels calculated EEI, using EEI noise guide.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear the end of your sentence.
The sound levels were calculated using the EEI noise guide.
Okay. And did you reduce sound power level from what you calculated from the EEI by any other reductions for other reasons?
I do not recall without seeing any more information other than the footnote in the table, and it does not provide any context regarding additional reductions. So I'm led to believe that no additional reductions were made.
I guess I would add, as Mr. Sears said, that is subject to check, however, because again, these calculations were done probably 4 years ago now for the first Vineyard Wind substation. And
yes. Now we do have the EEI noise guide in the record now. Do you know the date of that guide?
1984.
Is that the first publication or the second?
That's the second edition.
When was it first published?
1978.
Thank you. Are you aware of whether or not this guide has been updated since 1984?
It has not.
In using that calculation, did the EEI guide direct you to some other document?
we could bring up the EEI guide. I believe that there is some reference to some NEMA standards in there. But again, if we're gonna go down this path, I would like to have the specific EEI guide in front of us.
That would be fine.
Could one of you point to an exhibit number for that in the record?
I see exhibit JJ-1.
I'm not finding it. It's loading right now, but it'll take some time because it's a big file.
Thank you.
In the meantime, do you have a particular page number that we should be looking at?
In the EEI guide?
Yep.
No, there's no case number. I'm going to ask.
Page, yep, sorry. Go ahead.
Can you indicate in the EEI noise guide where you found the basis of your calculations?
I believe the section on transformers is on page 82 out of 540. That's of the PDF.
Can you point to the basis of your calculations?
Well, the basis of the calculations are within that section, which I believe does extend onto the next page. But in brief, you can use the calculations in this document to estimate the sound power levels of transformers using the MVA rating.
The MVA rating would be the 450 number?
Correct.
And can you just explain a little bit about how you made that calculation?
Sorry, if you could go to the next page. Continue down to estimation method 2, I believe is where the MVA rating is used. Right, so supplementary data approximations. It has a series of equations that you walk through using the MVA rating. And for instance, the first line item says the NEMA sound rating is approximately 55 plus 12 log MVA. So you can use the MVA rating there to calculate an estimated NEMA sound rating. Line number 2 is for a quieted transformer. And so instead of a 55 in the calculation, it is a 45. line 3 is how to calculate the A-weighted sound power level, which is what is used in the model. So that is equal to the NEMA sound rating as calculated above, plus 10 log S, where 10 log S is actually defined in the next item as 14 plus 2.5 log MVA. And that's another place where the MVA rating is input.
Now, were you using number 2's formula?
I'm afraid I don't know for which project you're referring to.
For the calculation for this substation, for the 450 MVA transformer, you say that you calculated this from the EEI. Were you using the formula shown in number 2 that's visible on the screen?
That I believe that was involved in the calculation of the sound power level for this project.
And what does NEMA sound rating mean?
That is referring to a sound pressure level that is defined by this NEMA document for transformers of different sizes.
And in making your calculation, did you look at that other document?
I do not recall whether that was referenced.
And what are the 2 squiggly lines in front of the 45? What do they mean?
Typically, I might say it's for a mathematical equation, it's generally approximate, but I am not sure what it's actually meant in this document.
So in modeling this substation, did you use the 45 number before you did the calculation, or did you look in the NEMA sound ratings for the rating number?
If I recall correctly, I believe the equation shown on the page 45 plus 12 log MVA was used in the calculation.
And are the NEMA sound ratings published regularly?
I do not know how regularly they are published.
But in making your model, you did not check any other document, just this formula?
I do not recall whether I checked.
And if I could build on what Mr. Sear is saying, is this is a pretty standard approach to calculating transformer noise at this stage of permitting, because transformers are not waiting for you off the shelf. They are built to order, and so this NVA rating technique is very standard in the industry. It's been used for many years to come up with an estimate at this stage of permitting for what it is. And so yes, we did assume the line 2 in this set of equations, the quieted transformer option in this case for the Park City wind transformer.
So you're using a formula provided in this noise guide that was published 44 years ago and then republished 38 years ago. Did you check this against any manufacturer's data, current data on sound power levels?
Why don't I take a stab at that first? and you raise the age of the document, and obviously generally we like newer documents better than older documents. Although sometimes here in the engineering world, older is still okay, because these formulas are based on a lot of actual transformers measured over the years in the development of this EEI guide back in the 70s and then the early 80s. But to answer your question, what I've seen in my experience is that we calculate it using this information now at the stage of permitting, and then later on, when the actual transformer has been specified and purchased, the manufacturers are coming in with sound levels that are generally quieter than what we assumed in permitting. Sometimes, several decibels quieter.
Well, you say at this point in the permitting, but when you reach that later stage, will you come back to the EFSB and DPU to re-permit?
That's not a question I can answer.
So if we could go back to the table on sound power level for the current project, which is table 7-4. If we take a look at the transformer, which I'm focusing on because it is the loudest piece of equipment in the substation, and we look at note number 1. Perhaps we could slide this up a little. Thank you. Note number 1 reads, sound power levels estimated using MVA rating and the EEI noise guide quieted unit, which corresponds to a reduction of 10 dBA from a typical transformer. A further reduction of 7 dBA was applied to the transformer sound levels. My first question is, what does MVA rating mean in this sentence?
MVA is megavolt ampere, which is a rating for the transformers.
And would the number there be the 450?
In table note number 1, yes.
Okay. And you undertook this formula, this calculation, using the formula in the EEI noise guide. And I understand where you got the 10 decibel reduction for the quieted, because I noticed that in the EEI. But can you tell me what is meant? A further reduction of 7 dBA was applied to the transformer sound levels.
Certainly. So from that estimation from the EEI noise guide, the quieted sound level, we reduced further the sound power level by 7 decibels.
And why did you do that?
It was part of an iterative modeling for the project in order to demonstrate compliance.
Was this prescribed in the EEI noise guide?
Could you clarify what you mean by this, please?
What was there instruction in the EEI noise guide that you should make a further reduction after doing the calculation?
No, there's not guidance in the EEI noise guide to do that.
If I could add that the EEI noise guide is your starting place. And as Mr. Sear said, that was the calculation that came out of it. However, as we've heard in previous testimony, the company, when they go to actually procure this equipment, can put in specifications for the vendors that are going to specify or perhaps bid on the equipment. And they can put in some sound level requirements for them to get quieter equipment. And that's the goal here.
So did you put in the 7 dBA further reduction because you plan to ask the manufacturers to meet that goal?
My understanding is that yes.
That you made this reduction because it is the plan to ask manufacturers to take 7 decibels off of their sound power?
Perhaps not off of their own sound power, as it may not have been determined, as Mr. O'Neill was talking to the transformers are not on a shelf ready to go. So these are typically, I believe, custom ordered. So they would be asked to meet the sound power levels that are identified in the table.
So how did you choose 7 dBA to reduce the sound power?
As I stated earlier, it was involved in an iterative process in the modeling to demonstrate compliance with the DEP noise policy. And as a result, we've reduced further those sound power levels by 7 decibels of the 450 MVA transformers.
So you're saying this was to demonstrate compliance with the DEP noise policy. Did you choose 7 dBA reduction because that's what it took to get below the noise pollution level?
Well, we are talking about simply one of the sound pieces of equipment at the site. So in combination with the other sources, the sound walls, in combination with that, we did land on 7 decibel reduction for that specific piece of equipment.
Did you try other reductions besides 7?
Perhaps, but I do not recall.
And did you settle on 7 because it brought your model results into compliance with the DEP noise policy?
The 7 decibel reduction of the transformers provided the results that you see in the table of the FEIR for this project.
So in order to get to 8 decibels on an A-weighted scale above ambient at my client's home, it was necessary to reduce sound power.
Well, Mr. Sears thinking about that, I can try to take a stab at it. This is a very normal process of doing noise control design engineering. Is you start off with a basic set of assumptions and you run the model, and then you look at where the sources are contributing to off-site homes and so forth, and you apply noise control. As Mr. Sears said, the transformers are not the only source of sound here, so you can't look at them just in isolation. They're certainly the loudest one by a little bit, but you'll note from other footnotes that there are other reductions applied to other sound sources, basically specifying quieter equipment. That's the goal here.
Now, were these reductions factored into the noise modeling for the first substation?
The sound modeling for this project was completely separate from the Vineyard Wind project, so it was done differently.
May we please bring back up this same table, but for the other substation, 7-4. In the notes to this table, do you see any notations, further reductions were made?
I do not see notes of that type.
Could we pull this up a little more and see all of note 4 and 5? Are there any further reductions made?
Not according to the table notes.
And if we could go back to the prior table and move up so we can see the notes. This is the table for the current proposal for the iron core shunt reactor, which has a footnote 2. Footnote 2 says you reduced sound power by 3 dBA. Is that correct?
That is what it says in footnote 2.
And the harmonic filter capacitor, how much did you reduce sound power for that equipment?
Table note 3 says an overall reduction of 4 decibels has been applied.
Could we continue down a few pages until we get to a summary of the pieces of equipment?
Mr. Seni, could you provide a page number, please?
It's a bit further down. I'm sorry, I don't have one. Actually, I'm sorry. It is on page 7-10.
Is
There'll
this
be a
what you're
set of
looking?
bullet
at?
points. I believe it's on page 710. There's the bullet point. So for the 450 MVA transformer, you made a further reduction of 7 dBA off of, and did you do that to reduce off-site operational sound levels?
Yes, I believe it says that in that bullet point.
Again, that's to bring the modeling into compliance with the DEP policy.
Yes.
And the site yard iron shunt reactors, 3 decibels off of sound power. Is that correct?
That is.
And if we pull the image up a bit, we have site yard harmonic filter capacitor 4 dBA, Statcom air core shunt reactor 15 dBA. Did you remove 15 dBA from the Statcom air core shunt reactor?
Yes.
And how about the next one, the Statcom transformer? How many dBA of sound power did you reduce?
18 decibels.
And the Statcom cooling fan bank?
2 decibels.
And the Statcom HVAC?
6 decibels to the HVAC.
Okay. So again, did you get anything from manufacturers advising you either to do this or that they could meet these specifications?
I believe there was a line of questioning earlier. There was reference to testimony from I believe July of last year, where we were provided some information from the procurement process of the Vineyard Wind project, which is not the project we're here for today. We were provided sound level data from manufacturers. I do not believe that they were final, but those provided us context with sound levels that may be appropriate for modeling it in this project.
And did you provide any of that manufacturer data to this board in connection with this application?
I did not.
If one were to model just the 450 MVA transformer by itself using CADNA A, with two different broadband sound power levels, say one at 98 dBA and the other at 93 dBA, and kept all other variables the same for each model, site plan, modeling location, terrain, meteorological conditions, and ground attenuation, what would be the effect?
Before we try to answer that question, did I hear you say pretend that none of the other sound sources exist?
Yes.
So we're only looking at the transformers under a totally make-believe scenario.
Well, the way the transformer would be tested by the manufacturer before taking it to market, testing it by itself.
So if you're saying if a manufacturer has built two transformers, one with a 98 dBA sound power level and a second transformer with a 93 dBA sound power level, what would the resulting sound levels at some far distance be? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Then yes, they would be about 5 decibels different. Although as you get further away, then atmospheric absorption, other factors start to come into play. So then the sound pressure levels, which is what you're really talking about offsite, start to become different.
But at a given receptor, if you hold all other variables the same, but you plug in a 5 dBA difference in sound power, and you compare the two contour maps or the two models, would the sound pressures at that receptor be 5 decibels different?
Under that hypothetical scenario that you described, yes.
Could we go back up to table 7-4? Yes. On this table for transformer 1, which is the 450 MVA, you've indicated a broadband sound power level of 93. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, is this the same transformer that was specified for substation 1?
I believe this transformer has the same MVA rating as the transformer in the other project.
If we could pull up table 7-4 from the draft environmental impact. Oh, there it is. Here we have a transformer that is a 450 MVA, but the sound power level that you calculated is 98, which is 5 decibels higher than the sound power level you've projected in this case for this transformer. Why is that?
That's correct. As we've discussed earlier, there were no additional reductions performed to these sound power levels. The other project, there was 7 decibels reduced based on some additional context that we had for possible sound power levels for a transformer of this size. So that is why there's a difference.
Thank you. Was your team asked this question in information request EFSB number 24? Why does the company believe that sound power levels from similar substation projects or reference level from the EEI noise guide are relevant for this project? Do you recall being asked that question in that information request?
This is Mr. O'Neill. I've pulled up number 24. That was dated May of 2021. So I do need to refresh my memory, but I'm reading the information request right now, and that's what it says, yes.
And what was your answer?
I'll just read it to you.
Sure.
The substation design, while customized to the site, is based on equipment that is used in similar utility applications in the US and Europe. There are a limited number of manufacturers for such equipment, all of whom have lengthy track records. The noise analysis was also informed by the Vineyard Wind Connector 1 project, the substation that is scheduled to begin construction later this year.
In what way was this modeling informed by the other substation, the one approved as part of 1705?
Go ahead, Clint.
I might have already answered the question to a degree in that in the procurement process of the Vineyard Wind Connector 1 project cited in that response, we were provided with some manufacturer sound power levels, and that provided us context for the modeling of this Park City Wind project.
And did you submit any of that manufacturer information to this board in connection with this application?
No, I did not.
But we relied on that information, and that's what is in the record in the tables that we've been looking at this morning.
But if you relied on it, why didn't you notate that in your noise analysis?
I believe we did.
Right, it's indicated in some of the text, I believe, of the DEIR, similar substation.
Correct. It's in some of the footnotes there. I have too many windows open now to find it offhand, but it's some of the footnotes that refer to the sound power level data of the sources.
Do the footnotes give the sound power level data?
The footnotes do not provide those. The sound power levels used in modeling are provided in the tables.
Your numbers are provided in the tables, but have you indicated which numbers have come from a manufacturer?
No, I do not believe those numbers have been provided.
Was your team asked in information request EFSB number 25 this question? What is the company confidence level that it can procure equipment that meets the noise performance of the reference sound levels used in the noise modeling? Do you remember receiving that question?
I will take that one because I responded to it. Yes, I do. And I see my response there in EFSB NO 25.
And what was your response?
The noise modeling has been performed using the substation's preliminary design, which includes significant noise control features. At this juncture, the company is confident that the model levels can be met.
Is your application at this juncture where it should be, seeking siting approval that will be considered a perfected permit to place this substation in this location?
I'm going to object to that question. I'm not sure I even understand it, but to the extent it seems to be asking anything, it is asking for a legal opinion.
I'll withdraw the question. If we go back to the DEIR for the first substation on page 7-13. I'm looking for page 7-13. If we could go further down. A little further. Oh, I must have the wrong page number.
I'm sorry, were you referring to the DEIR for this project? That I
No,
believe is what's
no,
on the
I'm
screen?
sorry. I'm sorry. I was referring to the DEIR for the acoustical analysis connected with 17.05. And if we go further down, at the end of the page, at the bottom, it says, once final substation design is complete, the noise modeling will be finalized and mitigation refined. Was that done with that project?
And again, the same reminder or objection that we are now talking about a completely different project and actions that may or may not be taken with regard to a separate project that the witnesses are not testifying on.
You're reserving, an objection as to relevance. We see that will be noted on the record that more or less what you're saying is that the objection is not relevant. I mean, so you're objecting on the basis of relevance grounds. But I'll let the witnesses answer, and you can certainly assert your objection in your brief, and then at the hearing before the Energy Facility Siting Board. But the witnesses may answer.
Thank you.
I can start first, and my colleagues can jump in if they want to expand. Looking at this is the draft EIR from the first project. I don't recall what the date of this draft EIR was. There's no date on this So was there additional sound modeling after this document was published? More than likely, perhaps for the EFSB proceedings even. But it's going to take going back and looking at the record to find out the sequencing of events here. I can't speak to this on the fly.
May I have an information request that we determine the date on which any noise modeling was finalized and mitigation refined in connection with 1705 in relationship to the date that that final decision was rendered, which is May 10th, 2019.
And I'm going to again object that now it seems like we're being asked to provide as an information request, information about a completely different project, subject to a different approval process.
Let me ask, how many, first of all, in 1705, it was not my case, but was that also a Foley Hoag case where was Foley Hoag the attorneys on that case?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and was Epsilon involved in that case?
Epsilon witnesses did appear in that case, yes.
So I do understand your point that it's a separate case, but nevertheless, it is a related case. And as I said before, there's the issues of fact and law are not as clearly delineated in our proceedings as they might be in a different type of case, like, for example, an ERISA proceeding where issues of what constitutes a fiduciary duty and that sort of thing are very separate from the actions that are taken. So I think I will allow the record request. Would you repeat the record request again, Mr. Sene?
Yes, thank you. I would like the applicant to provide the date upon which modeling and mitigation was completed for substation 1 in relationship to the date on which the final decision was rendered, May 10th, 2019.
Okay, and that is record request RR-JJ. I believe, I'll ask Mr. Brock, I believe this is number 5. Is that correct?
I think the last one was.
Let's go off the record for a second. Mr. Brock, is this number 5?
Take me a minute to search through the transcript, just a moment.
Sure, thank you. I appreciate it.
6 by my count.
6.
6. I'm glad I asked. All right, I'll go back on the record. So this is record request RR-JJ-6. I believe some other people wanted to speak.
So I understanding that the information request is going to be allowed, I want to note for the parties that that project is a completely separate project being advanced by a different entity, and that the ability of Park City Wind to provide information on the current status of a project being advanced by an entity that is not a party to this case may be limited.
That's very true. I understand it. It's also, I don't think the question relates to the current status of this separate matter, but rather the date on which the modeling and mitigation was completed on the substation. So it's has to do with the development of the record. But I understand that you may have a limited ability, but nevertheless, to the extent that you have that ability, since Foley Hoag represented the petitioner in both cases and Epsilon witnesses in both cases, you might have some ability, and to the extent that you have the ability to answer this question, I would greatly appreciate it if you would. Okay, thank you. Let's go on, Mr. Sene.
Okay, thank you. With this substation, the current application, you have submitted the final environmental impact report. Is all of your modeling completed and all features of mitigation determined?
The sound level modeling was completed for the FEIR. And it contains a specified mitigation as well.
And so you don't anticipate any changes in the modeling or in the mitigation you're proposing?
I cannot speak to that.
Mr. Sene, would it be possible to take a lunch break at this time if you don't have anything urgent that needs to be asked for at this moment?
Certainly.
All right. Then if there's no objection, I'd like to take a 1-hour lunch break. It's 12:45, and I'll see you both all back here at 1:45. Thank you very much. I appreciate your help.
Thank you.
Hey, Wayne, before we start, on behalf of the witnesses, thank you very much for your ability to quickly access all these documents and get us to the right table or right figure. That's been exceedingly helpful. So thank you.
No problem. Thanks for acknowledging.
Wayne, the wizard, Wong.
I'd like to ask Chris about, do you know about how much longer your examination is going to take approximately?
I think 40 minutes.
Thanks.
Let's see, are we all back? I don't see Mr. Rosenzweig, but I don't know if let's see, is Mr. Kaler here?
He's
Hi, Mr. Shea, I'm here. Yeah.
Mr. Kaler, do you think, should we wait for Mr. Rosenzweig, or is one of you enough?
I think we're okay to proceed.
All right. Then unless anyone has any objections, is there anything else we need to clear up before we resume? All right, Mr. Brock, can we go back on the record? Mr. Sene, would you please resume your examination?
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Does your modeling show any pure tones at this facility?
Modeling does not show any pure tones defined by the Mass DEP.
What is a pure tone?
Mass DEP noise policy defines a pure tone as a sound level in a given octave band that is at least 3 decibels above the sound level in the adjacent 2 octave band.
But what causes it?
It could be a series of things causing a pure tone.
If there is a pure tone, how does someone in the vicinity of it perceive it?
It'll depend somewhat on the frequency. If it's a lower frequency sound level, we often don't hear it because we don't hear low frequencies well. If it's a middle or higher frequency, we can hear those. You might come across as a screech or a whine or something that the ear can perceive.
Thank you. If we could pull up from the final environmental impact report, table 1.3 on page 1-16. Do you recognize this table?
Yes.
What is this table showing?
This table is showing octave band sound pressure levels at the modeling receptors in the sound model for this project.
Okay. And where did these numbers come from?
These sound levels are a combination of the ambient sound levels that we've measured and the predicted sound levels from the project.
Are these estimated?
They are calculated, estimated based on the prediction and the modeling.
Okay, if we look at residence D, that's my client's property. If the 48 under 63 hertz was changed to 47, would it show a pure tone at the 125 hertz band?
Perhaps these sound levels are rounded to the nearest whole decibel. So the calculations that were performed to present these were done with a higher resolution.
Yes, but the DEP test for a pure tone is whether there's a 3 decibel difference on both sides of a frequency band, and that would indicate that there is a sound that is louder than the neighboring frequencies. So certainly if we look at 125, which has a sound pressure at 50, the band to the right of that, which is 250, is 41, which is more than 3. And if the band to the left of that, the 63 hertz band, was 47, would we meet the DEP test for a pure tone?
Potentially no, but I would consider the finer resolution in the sound levels that are presented here.
What would be the finer resolution?
Perhaps to the 10th of a decibel.
I guess I'm sorry, Mr. Senni, I would just add that what you're asking is a hypothetical. I think what the data show here is pretty clear that that's not the case.
Okay, thank you. Have you found in your modeling that there actually is a pure tone in this planned project?
As shown in the table and perhaps discussed in some of the text, we do not predict Mass DEP defined pure tone, resulting in the operation of the project.
Back at the July 30th, 2021 hearing, was there testimony that you did discover a pure tone?
I do not recall.
Can you point us to that?
Sure,
section?
sure. Transcript of that hearing at page 786.
I'm there.
Okay, so it actually starts at 785 in line 22. And it reads, and we did in fact, when we answered the record request number 4, if you look at figure 1 that accompanied that, you can see that we did incorporate a short additional sound wall down at the basically the southeast corner of the site, a 10-foot section of wall that is on the order of 100 feet long. And that was added to deal with a particular pure tone issue that we had identified in that more refined modeling. Does that refresh your recollection on whether there was testimony about a pure tone?
Yes, it does.
Do you know at what frequency you discovered that pure tone?
I do not recall offhand. I don't know if Mr. Sear did, but I guess the point of that testimony was to inform the questioner that that's part of the modeling, and we do iterative modeling, such that if we do discover a potential for a tone, then there's noise control applied to that, and that's what was done here. That this wall was suggested in the modeling for noise control to eliminate that tone.
Yeah, and a wall isn't going to remove a pure tone, is it?
A sound barrier wall is going to reduce sound levels at all frequencies, and it reduces them a little bit different according to the frequency. But it's going to yes, it could eliminate a pure tone, absolutely.
Well, it could eliminate it at a receptor, but behind the wall where the equipment is, if there's a pure tone, there's a pure tone. Is that correct?
If there's a pure tone coming from the equipment per se, and you're standing right next to it, yes, the wall itself is not going to help you there.
And the loudest piece of equipment in this substation, I think we've established, is the 450 MVA transformers. Are they tonal in character?
Based on my experience, they can be, yes.
Do you know what it is about the transformers that can generate a pure tone?
I'm not an electrical engineer per se, so I wouldn't feel comfortable commenting on that.
The EEI guide, which you use to calculate your sound power levels, does that mention whether transformers are tonal, likely to produce pure tones?
Apologize, I'm just bringing up the EEI guide here.
I'm looking at page 4-16.
The EEI noise guide does indicate that transformers may be tonal.
Does it read transformers should be treated as having tonal components at 120, 240, 360, and 480 hertz, falling into the 125 and 250 and 500 hertz octave bands?
It does read that.
Yeah. So the guide is giving a little bit of an alert here that a 450 MVA or transformer may be tonal.
Is that a question?
No, I'm sorry, it really wasn't a question. Do measurements in 1/3 octave band, as opposed to whole octave band, provide a higher resolution that is better for assessing the potential of pure tones?
Measuring 1/3 octave bands does provide higher resolution, but it does not provide assistance in evaluating a pure tone as defined by Mass DEP.
Is that because the Mass DEP defines a pure tone only by looking for that 3 dB separation between whole octave bands?
Yes.
Can there exist a pure tone within a band that, when averaged with every other frequency in that band, applying the DEP policy, it is not discovered, but when you're looking at the finer resolution, if a particular frequency is sticking out enough, it would indicate a pure tone?
It may indicate tonal characteristics, but it would not indicate a pure tone as the Mass DEP defines it.
Are you aware of any standards that have been adopted that have attempted to determine how much of a separation is needed if you're looking at 1/3 octave band instead of whole octave?
I'm sorry, could you perhaps clarify the question or repeat?
Yeah, are you aware of any standards that lay out how to determine if a pure tone exists if you're looking at 1/3 octave band instead of whole octave band?
Maybe I'll start that answer and Clint can add to it. There are no standards in Massachusetts or that the siting board uses that would do that.
Does the American National Standards Institute have a standard that addresses this?
There are some American National Standards Institute or ANSI standards that do discuss pure tone, yes.
In relationship to 1/3 octave band readings?
That is correct.
Did you receive from any manufacturers sound power levels showing 1/3 octave band measurements?
Not that I recall, no.
You've testified that you've reduced sound power in your model in order to ensure that it meets the noise pollution policy. But in any case, have you added sound power, added decibels to the sound power you're projecting?
I have not added sound power levels, no.
Does the EEI noise standard recommend doing so?
I can't say that I'm familiar with the full extent of the EEI noise guide, so I'm unfamiliar if it has that context.
Yeah. The EEI guideline has a chapter 2, which deals with making corrections for particular types of sound. Could we pull up the EEI noise guideline table 2.2, which is on page 2.8? Did you consult this table when you were using the EEI noise guide?
I did not, and this table appears to be referencing a day-night sound level denoted as LDN, which is not used in the Mass DEP compliance evaluation.
When would this be used?
It appears to be, without having read this in full, appears to be indicating corrections to be added to measured day-night sound levels.
But you did not make any corrections in your model.
Correct, because
can you clarify whether you're referring to something specifically?
Are you asking me to clarify?
Yes. Are you
Yes.
talking about corrections related to this table, for instance?
Well, this table lists a number of corrections, but I will direct you to 2. There is a correction up near the top, which reads quiet suburban or rural community remote from large cities and from industrial activity and trucking, and it has a +10. And my question is, did you make any corrections such as this?
Why don't I start on this one? I guess first of all, this table 2.2 in the EI guide is not relevant at all to these proceedings. In other words, this is not a standard. This is an LDN, is a 24-hour sound level metric calculated from daytime and nighttime sound levels. In Massachusetts here, we use the quietest L90 hours, the background. So there's really no relevance to this set of potential calculations and corrections versus what we're talking about for this application.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. In your testimony in July of 2021, did you describe your modeling projections as targets?
Again, because of the passage of time, Mr. Seni, if you're referring to specific testimony, I think we would all benefit by referring to where they can see it.
Sure, it's in the transcript at page 815, line 12.
Just bear with me. I'm reading that section of text because this is not something that I testified to. This was Mr. Rodstrom's testimony.
Sure, take your time.
So I guess I see the word targets in there for Mr. Rodstrom. I guess what was the question?
I just wanted to know if your team referred to your projections as targets.
Mr. Seni, are you asking if the transcript says targets?
Well, may I ask, who is Mr. Rodstrom?
Can we have an answer on that? Does anyone know the answer to that?
I guess I would. So Chris Rodstrom is a employee of the Vineyard Wind organization. And as we've said this, and so in the time since that testimony was provided, Avangrid or the Park City Wind Project has taken full ownership of the project, and Mr. Rodstrom is not part of the project team anymore. He remains with the Vineyard Wind organization.
Okay, thank you. I'll move on. In your testimony, we can refer to page 816, the next page in the transcript. Did your team testify that that 93 dBA is extremely quiet for the 450 MVA?
That's what it says there, yes.
I think Mr. O'Neill testifies. Let me take a shot at that. The answer is, as we understand it now, is no. In other words, Mr. Barton said we started with the quieter equipment, and then the company was greatly informed by the procuring process that we recently went through for Vineyard Wind 1, where we did talk to, and actual suppliers who can make this equipment, and they asked for, all the noise reduction bells and whistles that they could get on that equipment. And that informed us about the reality of how low we could go in the modeling here. So this is aggressive. This is very aggressive in terms of the sound power levels that we're showing in here in the modeling. I've done a lot of modeling of transformers, and 93 decibel sound power for a 450 MVA transformer is extremely quiet. Now, in this modeling, before the siting board now, you have projected a broadband sound power level of the 450 MVA at 93. Is it your opinion that projecting that sound level, that is an extremely quiet sound level?
As I said in my testimony, 93 dBA sound power level is a quiet sound power level for a 450 MVA transformer.
And you arrived at that by reducing that sound power by 7 decibels.
Correct.
And you did that because you believe a manufacturer will meet that level.
As we have said several times today, yes, we were informed by discussions with manufacturers that seems to be achievable, yes.
And have you presented any evidence to the siting board that a manufacturer has said that?
I have not presented anything to the siting board on that line, no.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Sene. There may be, excuse me a second. There may be a request for redirect. Well, first of all, let me ask the company, would you rather do redirect now, or Mr. Wong has some questions?
I believe that our preference would be to do all of the cross-examination and then do a single round of redirect in the interest of efficiency.
Okay, that's good. Then, Mr. Wong, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask them.
Thank you, Mr. Shea. I have just a few questions on noise and maybe one more on the company's other analyses, but could I really quickly just ask for the record, the FEIR, the company described the sound wall to the west of the substation to be 35 feet. Could the company confirm that that measurement is with regard to the site grade and not an absolute height? Because this is just to get it on the record, because the company testified that the site grade would be 10 feet lower, and I'm just trying to see where the wall would be at the, as compared to before.
Sure. So the height of the walls as depicted on figure 1-7 of the FEIR, those heights are relative to the proposed site grade.
Thank you. And at the FEIR at page 1-15, and I believe this was probably also said a few times in the DEIR and in the application, the company states that it used conservative modeling for noise. Could the witnesses just briefly expand on what that would entail, just for my understanding?
Sure, I can start, and one of my colleagues can expand if I leave something out. But the sound level model does include a few conservative measures. One or a few of them have perhaps been discussed today, if not in prior testimony. But the sound level results do include +2 dBA of uncertainty added to the sound results from the model. The entirety of the site area was modeled with very hard ground, indicating essentially a perfectly reflective surface, which is unlikely in reality. It's likely going to be a little bit softer and absorb some of the sound. In addition, the sound walls that were modeled as perfectly reflective as well, indicating that they will not absorb any of the sound that is coming into contact with it. And that condition is the same with any buildings or structures that were included in the model as well. Those were assumed to be perfectly reflective also.
And if I may add to Mr. Sears' response, it's also conservative in the sense that we assume every single piece of equipment is running at maximum capacity at the substation. That includes all the cooling fans associated with the transformers, as well as the HVAC system. And that's important only when we're comparing the background of this product to a January background. So that scenario, we don't expect that to realize itself in January, where the cooling equipment may be going at maximum capacity. So that's another level of conservatism, with highest possible project sound levels, lowest possible background levels, not necessarily even simultaneously in time.
Mr. O'Neill, do you know, this is John Young, do you know the extent to which the fans run? Is it, how much of that is related to the amount of power that's going through the substation versus the outside temperature? Do you know that?
That's a great question. I do not know that difference, how much of it's power related versus temperature related.
Would the company have witnesses that aren't on the panel today that could describe that a little bit?
It's safe to say that both the power level on the transformer and the ambient temperature both factor into whether the cooling fans will need to run.
Thank you. It's some substation cases I've been involved with. I think the utilities have pointed out that the customer usage might be down in the middle of the night, and so an average distribution substation might be less likely to be running full tilt at the middle of the night. But for your project, in the middle of the night, you might have just as much wind power as during the day, if not more. So it would just be the daytime, nighttime, and winter, summer ambient temperature differences that would support Mr. O'Neill's point. Is that right?
And also a factor, of course, is the wind conditions at the time. The power output of our substation is directly correlated to the wind power.
Right, but you don't have any particular expectation that wind's going to typically drop in the middle of the night, do you?
I don't know if any others have information on the profile, daily profile of the wind, but it would be certainly variable.
Thank you. Mr. Wong, sorry.
No, you're fine. I was just trying to see if I had anything to follow up on that. And thank you all for your answers. So could yeah, go ahead, Mr. Young.
Well, I just had a different question about the sound. You were using sort of a stock equation based on the MVA of a transformer, correct? As a starting point for your prediction of sound from transformers in particular?
That's correct.
And there was questioning going on, sort of comparing this project to the I suppose I would call the Vineyard Wind project, the one over at Barnstable Switch. The MVA ratings are the same, but your project is higher voltages, both what's coming in and going out. It's a step up instead of a step down, but both sets of voltages are higher for your project than the Vineyard One project. Is that correct?
I'm not the best witness to answer that question. Perhaps one of my colleagues could do that.
Ms. Johnson, I think, smiled there, so that I think she could answer that question.
That is correct. Both voltages are higher. For this project, the transmission voltage to the proposed substation will be 275 kV. For the Vineyard Wind connector, I believe it was 220 kV. And the proposed substation for this project under discussion would step up the voltage to 345 kV, whereas the Vineyard Wind connector substations would step down the voltage to 115 kV.
Thank you. So one could see that the stock equation, and I wish I remembered what page and which document that was from, but the equations, let's start taking a number, multiplying by MVA and adding logarithms.
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand you, John. The equation is sort of taking what?
The equation is taking a multiple of the MVA rating of a transformer to predict the sound pressure level or the sound power level. Those stock equations had no reference to voltage. It looked like. Is that correct?
That is correct.
In any of the panelists' experience, would there be, if you got something that was a little more differentiated, would there actually be a difference in the sound power coming off a transformer that relates to voltage, even for two that have the same MVA?
I do not know the answer to that question.
Is that something that's not something you would have come across somehow in over time over various projects?
Not typically. What we would see is this initial permitting projection, and then perhaps, if we're lucky enough, we might see the actual as specified sound level profile of a transformer once it was actually procured.
Does either Mr. Zarnomsky or Ms. Carlson-Johnston know if the transformer sizes are different compared to that other project? Just the physical size of them?
Certainly the physical size between the two transformers for the two projects would be different, and related to the voltage levels, certainly the bushings where you connect your offshore cables into the transformer, how they're made up physically, what type of interface, as well as the voltage, would be different for the two projects, both on the low side and the high side, and even those physical interconnections and the configuration of the various coolers, fans on the transformer would potentially be in different locations around the transformer, depending on the design. So all those things may contribute to different, somewhat different noise characteristics.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Young. So on the next page, well, I'll just give the page because we talked little bit more since then, but at page 1-16, in the first footnote of table 1-2, the last sentence says that sound level addition was performed with greater precision. Could the witnesses give me as to what these additions are being compared to? Like, does it have greater precision compared to what? Sorry, does that make sense?
I believe so. I guess I can just start with the sound level measurement instrumentation that we use to measure the ambient. They provide higher precision in the sound levels. It's not just round numbers as you see in those tables. So there's additional precision there. In addition, the sound level model will output higher precision results. We have, in the case of the evaluation, to calculate the total sound level in adding those two together, we've taken the higher precision levels, the more defined levels, and added those and just presented the rounded values in the table.
Thank you. That makes sense. So it's just to clarify that the footnote is more to clarify if there could be any discrepancies between the ambient plus the increase. That's explained by saying that the total number might be more precise than just adding them whole numbers to each other.
Correct. So in the case that those whole numbers do not have a difference of the increase over ambient that's shown in the table, it's because of that higher precision.
Thank you. I had another question that's more conceptual in nature. So I think I'll start with using Miss Johnson's property as an example. So given that the site grade, the grade of the site has changed, do any of the witnesses know whether this means that the site is closer in terms of height to Miss Johnson's property, or if it's, lower or higher than her property?
So I do not know the elevation of the residence. I do know that the entire site elevation was lowered by 10 feet, but I guess I do not know what the linear difference might have been.
It's important to point out that the actual modeling did take into account whatever the elevation is of all the homes off-site. So whatever Ms. Johnson's elevation above sea level is of her house, that was put into the model to take into account the difference in elevation, whatever it is. We don't know what that is offhand between the project site and her home. Those are accounted for.
Thank you. That's really helpful from my understanding. And this isn't particular to Ms. Johnson's residence. This next question is really high level. I just want to understand for my writing purposes, how would that more direct or indirect linear level affect modeling of noise from a source to a receptor?
So I guess there might be several ways to answer that question, but that can impact the horizontal distance if the equipment is actually getting further away. A decrease in elevation of 10 feet likely does not impact that horizontal distance by that much. However, it may impact how sound travels in relation to the terrain and or barriers that are included in the site. And I believe that the increase of 5 feet to that westernmost wall was a reflection of that, in that the way the sound traveled to the residences to the west, an increase in wall height of by 5 feet what was warranted.
And if I may, I think there is an information request response in the record that may be helpful. If you look at EFSB V10 parens S parens 1, I'll give you a moment to get there, of course, but these are the revised line of sight profiles, and they were revised to reflect the 10-foot elevation reduction in the proposed substation site. Once you have that up, you'll see 3 line of sight profiles on the page. The line of sight profile at the bottom of the page is for 82 Shoot Flying Hill Road, Miss Johnson's property. So you can see the elevation at her property relative to the proposed substation site, as well as that 35-foot high sound barrier.
I see it. That's helpful. Okay. Moving on. In the same table that I referred to, the FEIR, at modeling location F and subsequent descriptions, the company makes note of the Chamber of Commerce receptor, and the company makes a distinction between the company makes a distinction between having a receptor that's only used in the daytime and one that's probably resided in all the time. So
I'm sorry, and one that's probably resided all the time?
Resided in all the time.
Okay.
Yep. And my question is whether Mass DEP makes that sort of distinction in its requirements.
The policy is pretty clear that they're interested in the nearest inhabited residence in terms of structures where people may spend some time. It doesn't talk about commercial properties, so their focus is on the residents.
Okay. Keeping that in mind, does that mean that there's no additional permit or approval required for that being more than 10 dBA, not like a written waiver or something like that?
What I've experienced with the Mass DEP is if a project is near a commercial or industrial use, they view that +10 policy in a different light. They're not in the habit of writing waivers. They generally just stay silent on those types of things.
Could you refresh my memory as to where would Mass DEP make this make any determination if it has to on the noise or impacts for this project?
I can start, and others may want to weigh in here. If you have an air permit application, then DEP is going to review it and weigh in for sure. In this case, my understanding, there's no there's no permit trigger for Mass DEP. So they're not going to weigh in per se on noise for a project like this.
That is correct. There's no air permit trigger. I will say, however, that the noise analysis, we've obviously been referring to the DEIR and the FEIR during the proceeding today. So the noise analysis was included in the MEPA review process, and DEP certainly had opportunities and did take those opportunities to comment on those documents. They did not have any really substantive comments regarding noise.
Thank you. So I don't have any more noise questions. I have one more question on another matter. Does anyone on the panel have a question?
Yeah, I may just not be up to speed on this, but are there parcels, not necessarily on the residential side, but are there parcels at which the project would increase nighttime sound by more than 10 dBA at a property line? That must have been established, but I don't remember what the answer on that was.
I believe the answer to your question is no, with the one exception of the Chamber of Commerce, and that was in the table that we were just referring to in the FEIR, table 1-2.
Okay, so it's just one parcel. And Mr. Wong asked a question about a waiver, and I think Mr. O'Neill took that as a waiver from DEP, but I wondered, does the company, would it be normal for the company to get some written permission of whatever sort it is, or agreement from the property owner there that an exceedance of the 10 dBA DEP guideline is all right with that property owner? Is that how that works?
Mr. Barton, you're muted.
In the case of a project that has a formal air permit, that is definitely the normal practice. If you have an industrial or commercial neighbor where you're going to be greater than 10 dB, typically you procure a letter from that property owner basically saying that is okay with them and outlining their logic. In this case, where we don't have an air permit, that process is not in place, but the project has had a number of discussions with the Cape Cod Chamber of Commerce and let them know what we're proposing, what the sound levels might look like. We did that in the context of making sure we understood when the facility was used, and it is in fact a daytime only, and they had no issue with those levels.
I'm going to come back to the second part of your answer, but first, is there sometimes instances where DEP will quote enforce the 10 dBA guideline in a case that didn't have an air permit because there were complaints from community members or a neighbor, and then things get measured afterwards, even if it wasn't required in the air permit, and DEP's inclined to apply the 10 dBA to a case that didn't have an air permit? I hope my question's clear.
I think there can be instances where noise is dealt with on a complaint or enforcement basis. I can't cite something like that from my personal experience, but my understanding is that there could be that opportunity.
So with the Chamber of Commerce property and any potential future owners of that property, would it make sense for the company to get something in writing, rather than your what you characterized as something they're comfortable with through discussions?
So At the moment, we actually do have something in writing. It's an email. It is part of the record as an attachment to a record request response, RR-EFSB-35, parens 1. And that attachment is an email from the CEO of the Cape Cod Chamber of Commerce indicating that we had contacted them to see if they had any concerns regarding noise from the proposed substation, and they indicated they did not.
Okay, well, far be it from me to take up the legal question of whether that ought to be on a piece of paper, on a deed or something like that. But so that's where you guys are right now. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Rock.
Thank you. I had one more clarifying question on the table we were talking about earlier, table 1-2. For modeling, this might be on the record, but just for ease of reference, for modeling location B and E, it says residential PL. Could you confirm that PL stands for property line or part, something of that nature?
I can confirm that the PL does stand for property line.
Thank you. Okay, I had one question on the environmental justice analysis prepared for the FEIR. So I'm going to move on to that. Just a couple quick questions. So it starts at the FEIR at page 1-41, and I think it's, please, could you confirm that this is at least more comprehensive than the one provided in the DEIR?
Related to the actual proposed facilities for this project, it really is not more comprehensive. But what MIPA asked us to do was assess the presence of EJ communities around potential ports that may be utilized by the project. And just to emphasize, the proponent will not implement any port improvements. And those ports could be used by any number of marine projects.
Thank you.
But that was really the purpose of the expanded EJ analysis that was included in the FEIR.
Thank you. That answers my question. I was wondering why the scope was slightly different from before. So this was, just to confirm, this was a MIPA ask.
That is correct.
Okay. Did MIPA ask you to base your analysis off of any existing guidelines or gave you a guideline to follow for what impacts or effects they were looking at?
The project consistency with the EJ policy is discussed in the context of the policy as it was in effect at the time the DEIR was filed. So the EJ discussion in the DEIR, section 273 of the DEIR, was consistent with the policy in effect at that time. The discussion in section 1.10 of the FEIR does describe some changes to the EJ policy criteria with the updates made in 2021. And those were identified in section 1.10.1.2. But other than that, no, I'm not aware of any greater specificity that was requested of us.
Thank you. Last question. It's about the tables 1-7 and 1-8, where the company provides air emissions during construction and operation. Let me know when you're there.
Yes, I have table 1-7 up in front of me.
Okay, so this is a quick question. Could Could you confirm that this table is for the project as a whole and not confined to just environmental justice designated populations?
Absolutely. This would be for the project as a whole.
Could you, if you can, could you briefly walk me through how this information can be applied to the populations that have been identified in the FEIR under this section?
So this table is a representation of the table 1-7, just to be clear, is a representation of the maximum air emissions during construction of the project anywhere in the United States. So they are conservative estimates of all project-related emissions, assuming use of ports in Massachusetts, in Greater New England, anywhere else. So only a small fraction of the emissions you see in these tables, in this table, would actually occur in Massachusetts, and an even smaller fraction of that would occur in any EJ communities in the vicinity of ports, for example.
Thank you. I think that's all I have.
Very good. Let me first ask if there's anyone else from the siting board staff who has additional questions.
I do.
Mr. Green.
Yes, I wanted to follow up on the exchange between Mr. Young and Ms. Johnston regarding the Cape Cod Chamber of Commerce and the communications regarding their understanding and acceptance of the noise impacts of the substation. So I think we would perhaps be best served if we could get a copy of that on the record as well as the testimony about it, and wanted to see if there is any problem with requesting a copy of the email between Park City Wind and the chamber.
So just to clarify, Mr. Green, you actually do have a copy of that email in the record. It is at RR-EFSB-35 parens 1.
Excellent. Thank you.
Sir.
Is anyone else from the siting board staff have any questions? I'm not seeing anything. Let me ask if Eversource has any cross-examination.
We do not. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Mr. Sene, do you have any further questions based on the answers that we've received since you stopped questioning?
No, Mr. Presiding Officer. No other questions.
Mr. Gearson and Mr. Khan, do you have any redirect for the witnesses?
I believe we may have some brief redirect, but if I could have a moment or two to confer with the witnesses to make sure we can do it efficiently, if any, I would appreciate it.
Sure. So you just want to adjourn for a moment or two, or I don't know how you're going to communicate with them. Do you want us to? Do you want everyone except the witnesses to turn off their sound?
We can take care of that aspect. We'll get people on the phone or get people separately. We don't need to use this form.
So should we reconvene for after? Do you want 5 minutes?
Could we have 10 minutes?
10 minutes is fine. Sure.
All right, we'll be back in 10 minutes.
So it would be 3 o'clock roughly. Back. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Off the record. Well, it looks like we're all back. Mr. Gerson, do you have redirect?
We do. I believe it will be brief.
I'm sorry, you said you'll be brief?
I believe it will be brief.
Okay,
My
please go ahead.
expectation and hope.
Please go ahead.
So for the panel of witnesses, earlier.
Oh, wait. I'm sorry, Alan?
We didn't go on the record.
All right. I beg your pardon, Alan. Let's go back on the record. Mr. Gerson, I believe you've got redirect. Please proceed.
I do, thank you. So for the panel of witnesses, earlier today, Mr. Seni asked you questions about the DEP noise policy. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Does part of that policy refer to a 10 dBA increase?
Yes, it does.
Is there anything in that policy stating that the 10 dBA increase is premised on reductions in sound due to a receptor being indoors?
There's nothing in there about that, no.
If a person is indoors, does that reduce the sound levels that person would experience relative to the sound levels that are outside?
So to be clear, a source of sound that's outside will be reduced inside. That same source will be lower inside of a home, yes.
And how much will a sound source outside be reduced inside?
There's really two answers to that. One is the I have my windows open answer, and one is I have my windows closed. Windows open, it's generally a minimum of 10 decibels reduction from outside to inside. With my windows closed, it's a minimum of a 20 decibel reduction from outside to inside.
Could you turn to exhibit VW11, which is the FEIR for this project that we referred to earlier today? And I will be referring to table 1-2, which appears on page 1-15 of that document.
I am there.
Do you recall discussing this table with Mr. Seni earlier today?
Yes, I do.
Do you see the column labeled ambient L90 sound level?
Yes, I do.
Could you describe what that is?
So those are the measured sound levels that Epsilon collected at various locations around the project site during the month of January, over the course of 1 week's time. And the numbers in that table represent the quietest hours during the overnight period from approximately midnight to 4 o'clock in the morning.
And are those hours that you would typically expect residents to be inside?
Inside, yes.
And could you refer to the column labeled modeled project substation only L90 sound level?
Yes, with one correction, it says LEQ sound level. Very small font, but yes, I do see that column, yes.
And could you describe what that is?
So that column represents the total sound levels modeled. Those are the modeled sound levels from the project as a whole at each of the receptor locations that are specified in table 1-2.
And would those numbers also be reduced for a receptor inside a building?
Yes, they would.
And could you describe again to what extent you would expect them to be reduced?
Sure. Let's just look at the first one in the table, modeling location A. That residence has a project sound level of 38 decibels under the modeling. So inside a home, even with the windows open, it would be 28 decibels or less, which is a very, very quiet sound level.
Could you tell us any more about what you mean by a very quiet sound level for 28 decibels?
Sure, that's fair. I mean, decibels are on a logarithmic scale, as I know people have heard before. So, for example, normal conversation is about 60 decibels. So a 28 decibel type of sound level is quieter than a quiet whisper.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. Could I ask the witnesses to turn to exhibit VW-7, which is the draft environmental impact report? And I am going to refer to page 7-11.
I am there.
Do you recall Mr. Seni asking questions about the bullet points that appear on this page and the language to reduce off-site operational sound levels?
Yes, I do.
Could you describe what's meant in this context by to reduce off-site operational sound levels?
Generally, it's to reduce off-site sound levels in the community as a whole in any direction from the project.
So that would be broader than reducing sound levels at any particular property?
That is correct. Numerous sound modeling receptors were considered.
And is it intended to convey something broader than reducing levels strictly to be in compliance with the DEP noise policy?
Yes, it is.
I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you. Does anyone, any of the parties have, or anyone on the staff have questions based on Mr. Gerson's redirect? All right. Seeing that no one has responded in the affirmative, I'd like to, in a moment, I'll move that all exhibits that have been marked for identification be introduced into evidence. I just want to make a few things clear about that. This motion will include further answers to record requests that have not yet been issued. I mean, the record requests have been issued, but the answers haven't been issued. So if anyone has an objection to a response to a record request, an evidentiary objection, or any objection at all, but then please make that objection in writing and I'll rule on it. So when I move to put exhibits that have been marked for identification into evidence, you're not waiving your right to object to anything that comes in the future. But I don't want to have to make a second motion after all the record requests have been responded to. The other thing is that I want to make it clear, the record should include all the documents that have been used largely today, but at any time in the hearing from another proceeding. And as we know today, there were a number of documents that were used that were from EFSB 17-05. I think that it's probably best that the individual tables and sections that were in graphs that were introduced be marked individually as separate exhibits. I think obviously the easiest thing to do would be just have the whole final decision as an exhibit, but I think it'll aid everybody in writing their briefs and then ultimately aid us in writing the tentative decision to have each item that we discussed marked as a separate exhibit. Does anyone have any objection to doing things that way? All right, hearing none.
So Bob, do you mean that list that Mr. Seni had provided a couple days ago regarding the exhibits that he wanted raised during the hearing today? I think it'd be hard to know everything that was referenced today during testimony. Is that the list that you are talking about?
Yes, but I'm also thinking that if any document that wasn't on this list was discussed in today's testimony, it probably should be an exhibit because we may need to. I know there's a real controversy that seems to me to be brewing between Mr. Seni thinking that arguing that certain documents are highly relevant, and Mr. Gerson objecting and taking the other point. I'm not going to tell you what to argue, but that's what I see the arguments going.
If I may, Presiding Officer, I believe, and Mr. Seni can correct me, but I do believe that the documents that were identified in the email that he sent out and that were addressed today are already exhibits in the proceeding, with the DEIR from the Vineyard Wind 1 project being marked as exhibit JJ-2 and the EEI noise guide being marked as exhibit JJ-1. The only exception there, to my recollection, is the final decision in EFSB 17-05, which frankly, I have no preference as to whether it is marked as an exhibit in this proceeding or simply referred to for its precedential value. But otherwise, I believe all of the documents were already marked as exhibits in the proceeding.
That's very helpful. Mr. Seni, do you agree?
I do agree. The two documents that I moved to admit were admitted, as Attorney Gerson just said. That was the acoustic section of the DEIR for the first substation and the EEI guide. So those are full exhibits. And I think we're in agreement that any party can brief the final decision or refer to the final decision in 1705 in writing their brief. So I'm not sure that needs to come in as an exhibit.
No, I don't think it should come in as exhibit. I was just wondering if individual tables should be as exhibits, but if all the information that was discussed is already in the record, that's enormously helpful, and thank you for bringing that to my attention. So with that in mind, I move that all exhibits that have been marked for identification be admitted into the record. Are there any objections?
No.
No objections.
No objection?
No objection.
Thank you. Hearing no objections, I admit all these documents into the record. I'd like to address the issue of briefs. Now, there are a number of record requests made today. I believe we usually give a week for response to record requests, so they'll be due a week from today. I've discussed this with my colleagues, and we thought that a good deadline for the initial briefs would be July 1st, and then reply briefs July 15th. How does that, but we're in the summertime and we may have, I wanted to address this while we're all here in case vacations interfere.
Mr. Shea, are we on the record still, or do we want to go off the record for this discussion possibly?
We can go off the record. Let's go off the record.
Folks might not want their vacation plans on the record. That's all. You know, and that's fair. It's fair.
I just wanted it on the record that I was going to give people the opportunity to discuss how these deadlines may be appropriate or not appropriate. So I want that. So anyway, so we can have that discussion. Is there any objection to using those deadlines? The initial briefs, July 1st, the reply briefs, July 15th.
Could I ask a question,
Yes,
Presiding
please.
Officer? I am not familiar with this process. Does each party write an initial brief due July 1st and then have an opportunity to reply by the 15th, or is it different for different parties?
No, everybody has the right to file an initial brief and a reply brief. Occasionally, I've seen people forego their initial briefs and just write a reply brief, but that's rare. And it's actually, you see it almost exclusively when you have pro se representation. So everyone has the opportunity to do both briefs. There are no page limits in front of the citing board, which is, you know, maybe helpful to you. And it's often helpful to us because there are often quite a few factual issues. So
but
what do you
it's
think?
helpful for us to be concise also.
It's helpful to be concise. It's also
we need to
helpful,
regurgitate all of this.
right. It's also helpful to have, you know, each factual issue addressed in detail. These are, I mean, this is really, you know, these proceedings, there are always a lot of facts that end up in the decision. So how does that sit with you, Mr. Sene?
Well, of course, I'll work with the board in any way necessary, and I'm sure Park City is anxious to get this matter wrapped up. Personally, my son is being married in July 10th in Colorado, and there are a total of 3 receptions. I can get my brief done, probably initial brief, by July 1. Then I'm going to find it difficult to concentrate probably in the rest of July.
Well, I'm glad we had this conversation. What would you suggest would be an appropriate, congratulations on the marriage of your son.
Thank you.
What would you suggest would be appropriate for a deadline for reply briefs?
Well, I really want to respect what Attorney Gerson might say. His client is the applicant, and I'm sure there are ramifications for them in terms of how long this takes. But Zach, what do you think might work?
I appreciate your sensitivity. We would be pushing for a more accelerated schedule. I believe that the July 1st and 15th would work for us. So if you have alternatives, not to throw it right back at you, but we'd appreciate hearing them.
Could we make the second date August 1?
Oh, what do you think about that, Mr. Gerson?
So two things. One, I would very much appreciate, and the company would very much appreciate, pulling that date in closer. And two, the gap between the initial brief and the reply brief, I don't believe needs to be that long. I would suggest that we consider pushing back the initial brief slightly and pulling in the reply brief as well.
Well, under normal circumstances, we wouldn't have a long gap between the initial and reply brief, but what we have here is counsel who's in a firm of, I believe, two. There are two people in your firm, Mr. Sene?
There are four, myself and 3 associates.
But who will write the brief? Will that be mostly you?
That will be Attorney Dalmas and myself.
Okay, and so one of the 2 people who's going to write the brief has got a wedding planned and a wedding for the family member, and we do want to get things done. What we don't want to do is force lawyers to stay up all night and write through the weekend. Not only is it unpleasant for the lawyers, the end result is not as good as a well-considered brief. So I think what we'll do is initial briefs will be due July 1. I would tend to pull the reply brief in from August 1, but August 1 is a Monday. And so that would give Mr. Sene the weekend if he wanted to ruin his weekend on Cape Cod. If anyone really wants to do that in service of their client, I'm not really one to forbid that. So why don't we have the, what's that? I'm not one, if you want to work the weekend before August 1st, straight through the weekend and ruin your nice weekend on Cape Cod, who am I to say you can't do that? I was in the private sector for 21 years and I remember doing things like that all the time. It's my fondest memories. Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Shea, I just respectfully, and I'd ask again because I don't recall the date of the wedding, and I certainly want to be sympathetic to that. But this is a very large, complicated project that is balancing timing with federal permitting, with local permitting, with regional permitting, and this docket, for various reasons, has been on hold for quite some time, and delays of even a couple weeks can have significant consequences for this project, which, as you know, also entails seasonal windows during which certain activities can occur. So, while we want to be as sympathetic as possible and certainly want to allow Mr. Sene to prepare the materials that he needs, I urge you to set a timeline that is somewhat more accelerated than August 1 for the completion of briefing.
Okay, well, I'm thinking, Mr. Sene, if you have to be at a wedding on July 10th, excuse me, then you will, I've got some emails. If you have to be at a wedding on July 10th, then do you anticipate getting your initial brief done before July 10th? I mean, does it help you at all to have the July 15th date, because you probably won't do any work between the 10th and the 15th, or very little?
So, Mr. Shea, maybe, it sounds like the July 1st date's going to work. Folks, I think, haven't objected to the July 1st date. It's just the second date that we're talking about. And may I split the baby here, throw an idea out and just make it July 22nd. It gives you a week and a half after the wedding. It gives not so long for Park City Wind. It gives some extra time for the reply brief. Can I throw that out as a possible date?
Sure. What do the parties think about that? And Mr. Rosenzweig and Jessica, I know you are parties also, you're interveners. So you should feel free to express your opinions.
We're probably not a tiebreaker, but we would be amenable to that schedule.
Okay. Mr. Sene, what about that? If we had the initial briefs on July 1st and the reply briefs on the 22nd, would
Thank
that be
you.
all right?
Yes, that works. Thank you very much.
Okay.
And Mr. Sene, we appreciate it.
Okay. All right, so that's what we'll do.
Mr. Shea, you might want to also, when we go back on the record to put this information on the record, can we also just indicate so it's clear on the record that we will not need the hearing date of June 27th? Just want to make sure that that's clear. We don't need another hearing date. We are done.
All right.
Thanks.
Is there anything else?
I think that's still sitting in the schedule. So I just want to make sure clear that we will not need that date.
Okay. Very good. Anything else? So we will address the dates of the briefs and reply briefs and the non-use of June 22nd.
27th.
I'm sorry? 27th? Yeah, I think it was the week of the 27th. All right. Is there anything else that anyone wants to get on the record before we go on the record?
Could I just ask a quick question to Foley Hoag? Are you intending to change the VW exhibit names to PCW, or are we going to keep them both?
I appreciate the question because we would like to make things as simple as possible. We understand that it is confusing that they are marked as VW, but when you open them up, they are all what they are now. And it would be perhaps more confusing to attempt to resubmit everything with a changed heading. So I don't know if the siting board has a precedent or policy or approach or thoughts on the easiest way to do this from your perspective. We would be open to doing what you believe will create the clearest record for the siting board.
It strikes me that it would be time consuming for you to take all the entire record, and then, as you say, redesignate it. What was exhibit VW-11 will now be exhibit PCW-11. It strikes me as it would be time consuming, and I don't know that it would really serve a important purpose.
And all the cross references, both in the transcripts from last year and any cross references in any of the discovery from last year, will all then be wrong. I think Wayne answered the question. We're going to just stick a footnote in the decision to explain why there's two sets of numbering. Yeah, I think that trying to go back and change everything we could make mistakes and make a mess.
Okay. All right. So why don't we keep it the same numbering? Is there anything else that needs to be put on the record when we go back? Yes, Mr. Sene.
I just have a question. When will the transcript from today's session be available?
Mr. Brock?
Monday morning.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Brock is amazing, Mr. Sene.
Okay.
Well, shucks, who am I to disagree?
I should say that I'll be on vacation next week and next Monday. So if you want to contact me, I'm sorry, you'll be out of luck, but you'll have to just wait.
If there's some issue with this proceeding in the next week, as far as filing things, you can just send it to me. I can cover for Bob while he's gone. I'm not going on vacation.
I would just note that I do expect there will be filings coming in based on what has happened during the last couple of days of hearing. So you should expect to receive emails. What you do with them, I leave to you.
Good.
I'm just saying, if you need some kind of action, Zach, if you need some kind of parties need some kind of action next week, that would be presiding officer type action, you're welcome to contact me instead.
Understood and appreciated.
All right. Let's go back on the record then. Mr. Brock, thank you. We had a discussion off the record and we agreed upon dates for the initial briefs and reply briefs. The initial briefs will be due July 1st and the reply briefs will be due July 22nd. We had tentatively scheduled a date for continued evidentiary hearings the week of June 27th. That will not be needed, so that's off the calendar now. Then I will conclude the hearing unless there's something else someone wants to bring up. All right.
I think we just want to move all the exhibits in the record formally on the record. I think. Have we done that?
Wait, I'm sorry, Mr. Brock, did I do that?
Oh, I couldn't remember.
I thought that was before we went off the record.
Okay.
I thought so too, but
I believe that is in the record.
Yes.
yeah. Okay, so we'll go back on the record. And then let's just record reflect that I have moved all the exhibits that were identified, marked for identification, excuse me, into the record. With that, seeing that there are no other matters, I thank you all for appearing today, and I adjourn the hearing. And there is no other hearing, evidentiary hearing in this case scheduled. So this will be the very end of the evidentiary hearings, and we're moving into the briefs phase. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you all.